is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
Here he goes. Successful stolen base. Here comes Jackson. Throw the plate is not in time. And the Padres take the lead. Chris Shimp drives in a pair. Bases clearing double for Alex Dickerson has given the Padres the lead.
It was Alex Dickerson last night. A drive to left center field with the bases loaded. That cleaned them up and gave the Padres a lead that they would not relinquish on their way to a high-scoring 9-8 victory over the Arizona Diamondbacks. With Mark Sweeney, Dick Enberg, pleased you're with us tonight. Padres with a win are now even on the season series with Arizona 5-5. And Travis Janowski had a career game.
Career game, and also has shown patience, which you have to have. The injury to John Jay, Melvin Upton Jr. traded, Matt Kemp traded, opened the door for Travis Janowski to get opportunities. When you get opportunities, you take advantage of that. And how he does it is hitting the ball the other way, also his speed. And last night it was shown on the main stage. He was a difference maker last night. Also had tremendous at-bats consistently and against the left-hander going the other way. This is the factor that he has an opportunity, and he's taken the most of it.
Well, he's going to have to face one of the top right-handers in baseball, Zack Greinke.
Zack Greinke, inning and two-thirds the last time against the Boston Red Sox. Not many pitches, but also 10 hits, 3 home runs against Zack Greinke. They attacked the breaking ball, which was really interesting, but Zack Greinke coming off the disabled list, this will be his 3rd start. Look for him to be the different guy because he likes pitching here at Petco Park.
Well, that was even the great ones to have a rough outing, and that was his at Fenway Park. But get this, against the Padres, he's 7-1 lifetime here at Petco, 3-1 and a 1.69 ERA. Michelle Margot will join us, hitting Professor Alan Zinter makes a hit in the San Diego classroom.
Welcome back to Petco Park for Game 2 of the series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Well, Travis Jankowski tonight marks his 1-year anniversary of making his major league debut. He started this season as a bench player, but has since really been able to capitalize on that new role as a starting outfielder. Here's hitting coach Alan Zinter on the recent success of Travis Jankowski.
He's worked so hard on revamping his fundamental swing. It's just plain. He's got a clean swing plane now, and it's been cool to see him have good timing and get good pitches to hit. He's got a really, really good eye at the plate. So when you have a cleaner, so he's just cleaned up his swing path, and it's showing with more consistent at-bats.
Well, manager Andy Green says he's been very pleased with Travis Jankowski, and he sees him getting better with every single day. When we come back, Jared Cozart on the hill for the Padres, and Zach Greinke goes for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coming up.
Fox Sports San Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Buick, by Petco, where the healthy pets go, by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest priced every day, and by Pinnacle on the Park. Make your new home here. Visit pinnacleonthepark.com for details. Game 2 of the 4-game series, the Padres and Arizona Diamondbacks. And Jared Cozart and the Padres take the field. A beautiful San Diego Friday evening. Wine fest out in Park in the Park. They've all enjoyed themselves, and now they're filtering into their seats on a 73-degree night. First time this summer of taking my morning walk, there was that cool breeze coming off the ocean, and that's the first time. Good sign. It's all the heat and humidity might be heading out to sea. Well, the Diamondbacks lineup brought to you by Hyundai. Gene Segura having a terrific year. His .315 average, 8th best in the National League. Then Michael Bourne, the veteran, is in center field. Paul Goldschmidt, an all-star again, and he has some terrific games against the Padres. Jake Lamb leads Arizona with 75 runs batted in. Yasmani Tomas has suddenly found the home run. That's why they thought they'd get from the Cuban, and it's been happening of late. He now has 25 homers. Wellington Castilla hits 6th. Mitch Haniger, the rookie, who has started with a roar, hasn't he? He's got 6 hits already in 3 games. Chris Owings bats 8th, and then Greinke. That's another bat in the lineup with Greinke pitching at .263 average.
Padres Scouting Report brought to you by Anderson Plumbing, Heating and Air. For Jared Cozart, he has to get his first Padre win. Last 4 have been no decisions and also walks. Be careful of the free passes. He has to attack the zone early against these Diamondbacks.
His last 4 starts, a 2.79 ERA. He's ready to go, and the first pitch of the game is a little low ball 1. Segura in the last dozen games hitting at .377. Very solid performance as a Arizona Diamondback, former Milwaukee Brewer. And he slaps that one deep down the right field line, curling back toward the seats near the foul pole. Plate umpire tonight is Mike Muchlinski. Marty Foster at first, Doug Eddings at second, and crew chief Mike Winters works at third. On top of all the other good marks, Gene Segura is one of the better night hitters. He's a .331 average under the lights this year, 4th best in the league. But backs away 2-1. Last night, the only home run in a high-scoring 9-8 game. Segura straight away.
Getting on a high piece of cheese, going to straight center.
His 11th of the year to match his career high. He has 151 hits. That's best in the National League. Make it 152 as he hits that one sharply off the backhand try of Shimp at second base. How about the Padres defense tonight? Let's check it now. It's brought to you by the San Diego County Ford dealers. The outfield, we got Bethancourt in right field tonight, and Dickerson in left with Janowski in center field. There's Shimp at second, Myers at first, Noon in the shortstop, Solarte at third, Norris behind the plate for Cozart, the 26-year-old from Cedar Creek, Texas. Michael Bourne, the 33-year-old veteran from Houston, steps up. Acquired by the D-backs with those injuries to A.J. Pollock and David Peralta, taking 2 solid 300 hitters out of the lineup for most of the season. The entire season so far for Pollock, and Peralta's been on and off the DL 3 times with a bad back and is currently not in uniform.
Well, this has been a good sign and a good story for Michael Bourne to resurrect his year the way he started for the Atlanta Braves. A flat out release. So with A.J. Pollock's injury, why not with a veteran center fielder?
Cozart falls behind 2-0. Segura, a good base stealer, 24 on the year. Fly ball center field. Janowski easing toward the gap. Squeezes the first down. Segura back to first, and that'll bring up first baseman Paul Goldschmidt, 4-time All-Star for the D-backs.
Well, you think about Gene Segura. That was his 40th leadoff hit. Talking about leadoff production. That leads the National League in hits in the first inning.
Along with all the hits and walks, he's been hit by pitch 10 times. He finds a way to get on base. Big hole right side for Goldschmidt. He likes to go to right field if the pitch is to his liking. And he slaps that one toward right, but that's going to sail out of play. He's number 2 in the league on base percentage, Goldschmidt. Hits and walks. He has 87 walks.
Now, something to watch tonight is to see how these hitters approach last night's game. And why I say that, it was nearly 3 hours and 50 minutes for a 9-inning game. So
8.5.
Just mentally, yeah, 8.5. So you wonder mentally what they're coming to today. You know, Zach Greinke, you have to be aggressive against him. But just knowing that the length of the game and how that affects a team and what they do.
Breaking ball in there, 0-2. Well, the D-backs with a team pitching ERA of over 5, the worst in the National League. So they're averaging giving up more than 5 runs a game to the opposition. You figure it's going to be high scoring.
Yep.
Chip Hale second-year skipper of the D-backs. 1-2. Backs him off at 93. A long shot to make it to the big leagues. Cosart, as you see Jake Lamb on deck. Philadelphia picked him kind of in the late rounds where you're throwing darts at the amateur board. He was selected in the 38th round. It's made it to the big leagues. First, Philadelphia trading him to Houston, the Hunter Pence deal, then Houston to Miami, and the Jake Marisnick deal, and now to the Padres and Drew Cashner trade. One and two. Got him. 93. And Cutter running away from the plate. First strikeout for Cosart. And a look at the keys to the game tonight, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Well, Zach Greinke nearly 50-50 with fastballs and off-speed pitches, so you have to attack the off-speed. That's where he struggled the last time out against Boston, where he let up 10 hit runs. And clean defense, not only in the infield, but the outfield as well, because you know Christian Bethancourt's playing right field, normally a catcher.
And the Padres are next to last in fielding percentage in the National League, and next to last in most errors allowed. Milwaukee 98 miscues, the Padres 87. Jake Lamb, 269 average with 24 homers.
Well, you take a look at that last pitch to Goldschmidt. It has that cutting action, which I like about the previous pitch was thrown in to make him aware of that inside part of the plate. Then you throw the 93-mile-an-hour cutter. Nice pitching by Cosart.
Lamb emerging as a bona fide power hitter this year. Slaps that one toward left. A very tough chance for Dickerson, and it's going to fall on the warning path and kick up into the crowd.
You know, Dick, it's so interesting that how pitchers set up certain hitters, and pitching inside is by effect at times. You know how good Paul Goldschmidt is. You throw that ball in when you get ahead. You see the pitch selection for Jared Cosart. Really loves his fastball, and fastball command is very paramount for Jared.
But when he first arrived here, the Padres felt he wasn't using that good 12-6 curve as much as he should. It's a good one.
Much like Paul Clemens, they'd like to see him throw it, and meaning don't feel for it, have that hard break to it.
1-1 to Lamb. A strike with a cutter. Gets a call from plate umpire Muchlinski. Lamb, 25, University of Washington, native of Seattle. And with 2 outs, it's wise to keep an eye on Segura with those 24 steals. He's just behind Janowski and Myers. Actually ahead of Myers, the elite of the National League.
I think the running game is going to be extra special tonight.
Just a little off the plate. 2-2. Yasmani Tomas would be next. Boy, has he been hot. 8 home runs in the last 11 games. Shift on. Strike 3 call. Couple of punch outs for Cosart. And that's it for the D-backs in the first. Padres coming up with Travis Janowski. What a job he's been doing as the leadoff hitter. No score. D-backs and Padres 5-5 on the season. Greinke here at Petco, 3-1 record with a brilliant 1.69 ERA. And tough to score upon. Padres last night, how about the top 3 hitters in the lineup? Went 8 for 13 and scored 7 runs.
You look at the top 3 and they look very comfortable. You see Solarte going the other way, but the impact player last night, in my opinion, was Travis Janowski. We've seen him steal home and wreak havoc on the base paths. And also swinging a hot bat.
Greinke's first pitch of the night to Janowski is a strike at 89 miles an hour. Travis hitting .263. Greinke started slowly with the D-backs. Then he had a terrific run, a couple of months of wins. Then he had that oblique injury, cost him about 5 months. And in his return was clubbed around by the Red Sox at Fenway. Certainly uncharacteristically so. And even at that, he's 11-4 on the year.
You see the third baseman in on the grass, trying to take away that bunt. Also, Zach Greinke, very good fielder himself.
That also opens up the hole between the third baseman and the bag of third, and Janowski hits a lot of balls that way.
Yeah, I agree too, and that's what you try to create if you're a leadoff hitter, especially a left-handed hitter that can go the other way. Create that problem in space.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Janowski. Greinke's now 32, Cy Young winner, back with Kansas City 7 years ago. He's 3-time All-Star. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves. Also a Silver Slugger Award, and again this year is a candidate because he's got 10 hits, hitting .263. Although Madison Bumgarner, you see, he hit his 3rd homer of the season last night to help the Giants, a much-needed win over the Mets, 10-7. Probably Bumgarner and Greinke, the 2 best hitting pitchers in the National League. Line drive, softly so, and it drops into the glove of the center fielder, Bourne, for the first down. Padres lineup brought to you by Toyota. After Janowski, it's Will Myers. John Solarte hits third with Alec Dickerson 4 RBIs last night. In the cleanup hole, Brian Shimp hitting in front of Christian Bethancourt, playing right field tonight. Derek Norris behind the plate hits 7th, and Dick Noonan and Jared Cosart, that's 9th. Myers loves it at home, 347, 3rd best in the National League. Takes a strike.
Well, good to see Will Myers last night get a couple of hits, and much needed hits, because the struggles on the road trip had a lot to do with that high fastball and also the strikeout.
Yeah, he struck out 6 straight times in the Tampa Bay series, and he falls behind 0-2. 2 for 19 against Greinke, Myers, so he's had limited success. What makes Greinke so tough? I mean, here's a man that last year should have and could have won the Cy Young Award with the Dodgers. He's what, 19-3?
Yeah, simple answer. Fastball, curveball, slider, and changeup, and mixes speeds and location with every single one.
Catches Myers looking for his first strikeout. That'll bring up Jan Solarte.
Let's take a look at the 32-year-old scouting report, and for Zach Greinke's success against the Friar, 14 career starts, a 1.91 ERA. He feels very comfortable against the Friar. Controls the running game, slide steps, changing speeds. That's going to be imperative tonight, and look for that to try to sneak some runs across on the base paths.
Like Myers, Solarte has had trouble hitting Greinke, 3 for 16. But you could say that just about every hitter in most every National League lineup.
Well, Dick, to your point, and thinking about why he makes them very difficult, because when you mix speeds, a lot of pitchers will throw those 4 pitches, but it's right around the same velocity. he's upwards to 95 miles an hour with his fastball, but pitches right around 89, 90 because he likes to control it. He likes to control all levels of the strike zone, both at the top of the strike zone and the bottom, and he knows he can set up his pitches with that fastball command.
You know, that last one was at 91, to your point, and even then Solarte late on the swing. And he strikes out Solarte on a pitch out of the strike zone high. 1-2-3. Greinke gets the Padres.
Here at top of the second. Well, a quick update for you. Parkview Little League from Chula Vista is in Williamsport, Pennsylvania for the Little League World Series right now, and unfortunately they lost to a team from Iowa 5-1, but one of our own also went to the Little League World Series. This is back in 2004. Our own Christian Bethencourt represented Panama back in 2004. Here he is when he was just 12 years old, and he told me that even back then he wore the number 12, and get this, he played right field in that Little League World Series, which is the last time that he played that position consistently. Mark, did you ever get to go to the Little League World Series?
I did not, but it's my favorite time of the year, Michelle, and thank you.
Drive to left center field, and that's going to be between the outfield. And Yasmani Tomas has a stand-up double to lead off the second inning. Well, it has built through the years, the Little League World Series, with its national television. And the fact that they lost 5-1 today to a very talented Iowa team. They're not out now, fans.
No.
It is double elimination, but they can't lose another game or will be coming home. So Tomas, who's had the home run ball going for him, doubles here in the second inning. And that'll bring up Wellington Castillo, who the last 6 games is hitting over 500. And this lineup still can hit. I mean, they're third best in the National League, even with the injuries to Pollock and Peralta.
Let's go back to Yasmani Tomas's swing, and the adjustment he's made is he's lowered that leg kick. You see the leg kick right there, it's modified. And the hitting coach, Dave Magadan, the former Padre hitting coach, but also Mark Grace, have really worked hard on Yasmani Tomas. There's Dave Magadan. They've done a nice job with him, and now he is pulling the ball with authority. Saw a lot of him going the other way.
That goes the other way, and that's going to fall for a base hit for Castillo. Tomas has to pull up at third. Took a late break. He had to make sure that ball was going to carry all the way out to Bethencourt. So here are the D-backs with runners at first and third, no one out in the second inning. Brings up the youngster, Mitch Haniger. Tied an Arizona record with the way he started. 3 games with 6 hits and 5 RBIs.
We saw Wellington Castillo going up the middle last night, but also letting the ball travel Manny Tomas had a late break on that, so he stays with no outs in the inning.
Infield is back. Haniger 6 for 13 as a major leaguer. They had to bring him up. He was tearing apart the minors, hitting .325 with 24 homers. 25 years old.
Of those 6 hits, 3 have been extra bases, including a double last night.
Ball skids in, 1-1. He was not on the 40-man roster at the start of the season, Haniger, so his development this season is rocket-like. Moved up a couple of levels in the minor leagues and now in the big leagues. Outside, 2-1. Runners in scoring position last night. How about this? They had 18 runners in scoring position last night. Cashed in on 6. 8 out of the 9 innings. They had a man in scoring position. 2-1. That's in there. Good breaking ball. Product of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, Haniger. Got him. Pitch out of the strike zone, 94 on the fastball. That's 3 strikeouts for Cozart.
Well, again, you see that curveball that set up the fastball, the cutting action of that pitch. He's pitched it to both sides, the arm side and the glove side, with success with that cutter. High of 94, 77 the low, which is the breaking ball.
Now a double play ball, and he can get out of a tough jam here in the second. Chris Owings hitting .278 and has hit safely in 10 out of the last 11 games at a .400 pace. So the number 8 hitter, Chip Hale's lineup, has been hot as well. Breaking ball fouled away, but he lifted up in the heart of the plate.
Well, sometimes when you're throwing that breaking ball early, you want to throw that for the strike. Drop it in, because a lot of the hitters are starting to sit on that fastball, especially your first at bat. You want to see it out of the hands of Cozart. A lot of these Diamondbacks have not faced Jared Cozart.
Yeah, they can't get 2 on that. Be lucky to get 1. There's a throw to first, not in time. Noonan charging, but unable to get the speedy Owings, and it's a 1-0 Arizona lead. Tomas scoring from third on an infield hit Owings.
Well, nothing Nick Noonan can do about this. Almost a swinging bunt, and perfectly placed, going to his right. And the speed of Owings easily beating that out for the RBI.
Brings up the pitcher Greinke, and as we warned, no easy out is this man. He can hit. 10 hits and 38 at bats this year. His average is better than 5 of the Padres in the starting lineup tonight. Squares and takes ball 1.
Interesting with 2 outs, men on first and second, and he looks to bunt towards second base. Excuse me, 1 out. It looked like he was bunting for a base hit there.
Shows bunt, but beware. Now he is going to, and he takes. Bottom of the strike zone, called a ball. But he's very adept at the butcher boy. Show the bunt, get the infielders to charge, and then take that shortened swing. See what his intent is here. Yeah. Bunts it in the air, and Solarte can't quite get there. So 2-1 the count. So thus far the thinking being if Greinke moved those runners into scoring position, and with 2 outs giving Gene Segura, their top hitter, a chance to add to the 1-0 lead. Castillo at second, Owings at first. Breaking ball. Did he go?
I thought that was pretty close.
And they say he pulled the bat back in time, so 3 balls and a strike.
Let's take a look at it from the side. Yeah, that was pretty close.
You know, he's even saying, hey, ask Marty Foster there, the umpire at first base. I didn't go. That's really a good bunt. Myers goes to third in time for the out. Boy, that's a good play by Will Myers. Look how far he had to come from holding on to first base, then charging, and then going all the way to the third base side of a straight line from home plate to second and throwing out the man at third base.
Well, Dick, what I love about this play, you see him cheating in because he knows he's going to bunt. Then he starts in, goes way across, and looks at Jarek Kozar, gives him a flash look. But knowing the runner, and easily getting Castillo at third base. Greinke was frustrated. He laid down a perfect bunt. But being aggressive by Will Myers and knowing the base runners, very important. Nice play.
So here's Segura. He singled to right field his first time. Right center field. So Owings winds up at second and Greinke at first on the bunt fielder's choice. Well, he gets a call there. Been a pretty generous strike zone tonight so far, both sides, for Muchlinski. A run home here in the second. Runners at first and second, 2 gone. Line foul, watch out. Aimed right at the ball girl and the security guard down the right field line.
Yeah, front door cutter. The ball girl gets out of the way, protecting the security guard.
There's a reversal of roles.
I love it. They're trying to get on the same page.
A ball, 2 strikes on Segura. You can see why he's hit a lot. He hangs right over that inside corner. Foul tip. Breaking ball.
It looks like Segura is looking out over the plate. Even that foul ball down the right field line was that front door cutter. Maybe have that 4-seam fastball in.
Two on, 2 out, a run home. Way outside with the cutter, 95 on that pitch. Diamondbacks got Segura from Milwaukee, giving up right-hander Chase Anderson. Aaron Hill, the veteran infielder, and a minor leaguer. Career batting average with the Brewers 4 years, .266. That misses away. Full count. That gives the 2 runners a start. Bourne on deck. Breaking ball bounced to short. Noonan across, and the inning comes to an end. Well, Cozart did pretty well to pitch out at first and third, no one out, and only 1 run scored.
Of the trade focuses on Zach Greinke, the 32-year-old ace of the Arizona Diamondbacks, coming off the disable as his second start in Boston. He missed location. You can see over the middle, Mookie Betts has blasted all kinds of home runs. Then the curveball, Jackie Bradley Jr. off the pesky pole down in right field in the Boston Fenway ballpark. Zach Greinke loves throwing his breaking ball, and he sets it up with his fastball. Look for that location of his breaking ball tonight to focus on for the Padres.
Fastball predominant. This is for the entire year, but good mixture of pitches. A slider, changeup, curve. You never know what you're going to get. He can throw them all for strikes and where he wants to throw them, and as you've already pointed out, Mark, that's his strength. Alex Dickerson and Ryan Shimp and Christian Bethancourt for the Padres. 3 men who started the season in El Paso. 4 RBIs last night for the Poway Prince. That's a strike, 1-1.
I see the shift on the right side. 3 on the right for the Diamondbacks. A lot of shifting going on in baseball, but also the Arizona Diamondbacks for sure, and the San Diego Padres.
1-2. Took something off there, a changeup.
Yeah, 87 miles an hour on the changeup. It has that good look of a fastball out of the hands. 2 fastballs in to Alex Dickerson, then the changeup.
Got him. Tied him up inside, off the plate. That's 3 straight punch outs for Greinke. He got Myers and Solarte in the first.
I see him locating the fastball, and that's really what happens against Will Myers in the first. Also elevated at the top of the zone, even out of the strike zone on purpose. And then you see Alex Dickerson the last time, 3 fastballs in, just putting in the mind of these Padres hitters. You can't guess with Zach Greinke.
Ryan Shimp. Ball's outside against Arizona this year. Shimp's had considerable success, 7 for 16 and 3 home runs, 3 of his 12. Outside again. Over but low, 3-0.
Yeah, and 88 miles an hour. You wouldn't think a changeup would be 88 miles an hour, but it's the way he grips the ball and also gets more movement on that changeup. Almost a BP fastball effect.
At the knees, 3-1.
You know, the frustrating thing against Zach Greinke, he makes you think constantly. Almost a poor man's Greg Maddux for me.
Well, his career record now speaks for itself. He's won 153 games, only 97 losses. Lined into the right field corner, fair foul. Fair ball just inside the line. Shimp on his way to second. As the Padres first hit a ringing double to right field.
Well, Zach Greinke only has 22 walks on the season, 117 innings, 3-1 count. You have to look that you're going to get a good pitch, a quality pitch, and Ryan Shimp right down the middle of the plate. Great balance, and you can see trying to pull that baseball and pulling it with authority. Just inside that line for a ringing double for Ryan Shimp.
35 hits for Shimp, 25 extra base hits. He's in position to give the Padres the run back, scored in the top half of the inning by the D-backs. Bethancourt and Norris with a shot at bringing them in. Bethancourt, first ball swinging, fouls it back. Christian broke out of an 0 for 18 slump with a 2 for 5 performance last night. And he's hit well against Arizona, 333 this year.
I like it because he's not afraid to go to the big part of the field. He has power to all fields. Also has enormous pull power, and that's usually on that breaking ball.
Up the middle and over the leaping try of Segura. They're going to try to score the runner from third. Here comes the throw to the plate. Not in time. Shimp scores from second even though he hesitated on the line drive, and it's tied up at 1.
Well, we saw this same play last night against Will Myers. Travis Jankowski on second base. Tonight, you can see Christian Bethancourt fighting it off and breaking his bat just over Segura's head. And watch the read by Ryan Shimp. He has to hold to see if Segura can get this. In that hold, he picks up Glenn Hoffman, and a tremendous effort by the third base coach. And in before the throw for a huge run for the San Diego Padres.
Now, whether or not Bourne thought he would try to score, probably felt that since he was checking at second base on the line drive, he wouldn't. But he threw into Segura, and then Segura had to relay to the plate.
Yeah, so much is relying on your third base coach, and Glenn Hoffman, in my opinion, is one of the tops in the game of baseball, being aggressive against an ace on the mound.
So a couple of rookies collaborate. Shimp with the double and Bethancourt a single, tying it up at 1. Norris takes a strike on the inside edge, 1-1.
Now look for the Padre runners to take advantage of certain situations. Touched on Zach Greinke, how he can hold runners, but you have to be very aware of balls in the dirt, taking the extra base, and taking your chances against an ace. You're not going to have too many opportunities.
Yeah, in the dirt. Good block by Castillo. Two and 1 to the Padre catcher.
He really likes to go the slider here.
That ball is hit well to left, but it's dying and caught by left fielder Haniger. Oh, he had a lot of top spin on that. He crushed it, but didn't get under it enough to fly it out of here. Well, Greinke's been traded around and finally a free agent and signed that rich 6-year, $206 million deal with the D-backs. First 5 starts, very ordinary and actually quite disappointing. But then he went on a streak of 7 or 8 straight victories, then on the disabled list for a month.
And after the DL, he has struggled a little bit, especially his last start against Boston. But mixed bag for Zack Greinke, but he has set the bar so high because of his year he had last year in a Dodger uniform. A lot of people around baseball think it was a last-minute deal for the Diamondbacks, sweeping him up from not only the Los Angeles Dodgers but the San Francisco Giants.
Well, he led the majors. ERA last year was 1.66. 19-3 with the Dodgers. He finished second to Jake Arrieta for the Cy Young. Nick Noonan, 3 for 16 since coming up from El Paso. Wild wave there to pitch out of the strike zone.
Well, early on, he has had very good command of that changeup. It's been 87, 88 miles an hour, but down in the strike zone as we take a look at his last 3 outings. Coming off the disabled list, his first start was in New York, and that was a victory. The last one, not great results.
Well, that Boston club will bring some pretty good hitting against any pitcher. And then at Fenway, you saw one of the home runs hit the foul pole, but it's about a 290-foot home run.
Well, Mookie Betts has put on a show. Obviously, David Ortiz has had a tremendous final year for him, but the Boston offense can understand if you're going to make mistakes, they're going to pound you.
Double by Shimp. RBI single Bethencourt. High fly ball to straightaway center. That's hit well by Noonan. All the way to the wall, and he caught it. Oh, a little gamesmanship there by Bourne in center field, not showing whether he had the ball or not. He took it right off the top of the fence. How close was this to a home run? Might have gone. Noonan flirting with a 2-run shot. Coach for the Padres, and you're studying Zack Greinke like everyone else in the dugout. What do you see the first couple of innings?
I see he's doing a good job of holding our runners. He's changing his looks, his tempo. We'll stay with him, and we'll pick something up and run at the right time.
And timing, is that part of the equation here? Are you trying to time his pitches to home plate, or does that really matter?
It doesn't matter. We have, several things that we're looking for. We're just looking for, the right time to go, maybe count, or the runner that we may have on the base at the time, just depending on the situation. If Andy wants to release us, then we'll go ahead and take advantage of him.
Well, we're rooting for you to have a lot of traffic down there. Thanks, Tarek.
Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, the complications that go with coaching at first and third, you just see them often standing there when it seems like nothing's happening, but boy, there's a lot of work.
There's a lot of work and there's a lot of preparation. Thank you very much, Tarek Brock, the first base coach, for taking the time as well. But there's few and far between opportunities against a Zach Greinke. So you have to be calculated when you're going to take those, because you don't want to run into outs, especially against the ace.
Tie game at 1, third inning. Michael Bourne, then Goldschmidt and Lamb. Tough hitters for the D-backs against Jared Cosart. 2 strikes. The count. Chop toward third. That's a tough play. Solarte barehand and throw.
Wow.
And gets him. Big league effort there by Jan Solarte. That's do or die. You got to make it with a bare hand.
Well, with the speed of Michael Bourne, you have to go barehanded, but the accurate throw and had something on it. Jan Hervis Solarte has played a solid third base. That's a gold glove play.
And gets the speedy Bourne for the first out and brings up Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie, as they refer to him in Arizona, struck out swinging the first time. Takes strike 1 at 92. Still at the prime of his career, 28 years of age.
That just rattled off our microphone on the back part as we see the San Diego Beach. What a great spot to watch a game out there. See the surfboards underneath that Roxy sign. Beautiful night here in San Diego.
Yeah, they're having a good time. You can see that. Line drive, base hit, center field. Goldschmidt with the 5th base hit for Arizona. Solid single. 1 gone. Jake Lamb comes up. So he got ahead of Goldschmidt 2 strikes, but Goldie timed that one perfectly in the line single. Lamb struck out his first at bat. Long drive to right. If it's fair, it's gone. It is gone. No, gone out of bounds. Foul ball. We're waiting for first base umpire. Must have been close because Foster leaned and finally gave a little point toward foul territory.
It looked like he got out just in front of that pitch. It had the distance, but you could see wide right. Jared Cosart's liking that. That's just a strike, but a close one.
Showing his power. 24 homers this year, Lamb. Goldschmidt at first, 1 out.
Well, Dick, we saw the ranks of Jake Lamb with the third baseman in baseball. I really like the improvements he's made. When he first came up to the big leagues, he struggled with the fastball. Now he is set and looks very comfortable in settling into that Diamondbacks third base position.
Uses that little protective ring around the thumb on the top hand. 1-1 up high. 2 balls and a strike. Lamb the cleanup hitter. To third. Shortstop. To second for 1. Back to first base. A double play. Noonan left over on the left side alone with a shift on, and he turns the double play. Was that Solarte turning at second? Yes, it was. How about that? Major League Baseball history brought to you by Geico. August 19th, 1969. Wrigley Field, Ken Holtzman no hits the Braves 3-0 with Ron Santos' first inning homer off Phil Niekro, providing all the Cubs runs. The no-hitter is the first since 1923 in which no strikeouts were recorded.
That's pretty amazing.
That is a no-hitter for Ken Holtzman without striking out a man. Sad Sam Jones, the first of the Sad Sams. There was another with the Cubs.
Why are they so sad?
I don't know. When you pitch a no-hitter, you got to be happy.
Yeah, no
happy
doubt.
Sam, huh? Only 2.
I'd be happy.
Only 2 have done it without striking out a man.
I'm happy to see a Padres no-hitter.
I'm hanging in there. I'm hoping it happens in these final 5 weeks. Cosart with a weak wave and a miss, and quick work done by Greinke on the opposing pitcher, the 4th strikeout. Check of our cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Highest on-base percentage by the leadoff hitter. Janowski 3rd in the majors, 393. Behind Altuve and Carpenter and ahead of Fowler and Villar.
I tell you what, a lot of credit goes to.
There's a line drive right at Lamb. Well, he's hit it hard twice, nothing to show for it. He lined to center, and now a line out to third. Great reaction by Lamb.
You know, the credit has to go to Alan Zinter, but also Travis Jankowski. He's made some really nice adjustments within the season. See the liner right at Lamb. That's quick reactions by the Diamondback third baseman, and a nice approach for Travis Jankowski.
He didn't even get out of the batter's box. That was in the glove of the third baseman that quickly, because he was playing in edge of the grass to begin with. Here's Myers. Took a 3rd strike his first time.
Now that's the pitch that I'm talking about earlier in the game. Setting it up with his fastball in. That's by purpose. See if he goes to the slider here.
One and one.
It just puts a thought in your mind as a hitter. Very difficult because you don't want to get beat inside, especially with the velocity of the fastball. Now he opens up the door to throw whatever he wants to do.
That one just outside, 2-1.
But I've always marveled at Zach Greinke because he throws balls on purpose. When he is locked in, He knows exactly where that command is. It's a reason why you call him an ace.
And frozen there on a 91-mile-an-hour fastball right there.
The third pitch cut off the plate. The fourth pitch has a two-seam action onto the outside part of the plate. Now you're in the guessing game if you're Will Myers.
And he fouls it away, 2-2. Isn't it somewhat surprising that a man of such incredible pitching talent, Greinke, has been traded so many times?
And you wonder where it's a fit. And you wonder for Zach Greinke how important it is to be in a perfect place. He had an opportunity to make a choice from Los Angeles. I know he had a good time there. It was a 1-2 punch with Clayton Kershaw.
Outside, full count to Myers. They traded from Kansas City to Milwaukee, from Milwaukee to the Angels, and that was the deal that brought Segura to the Angels, and then the Angels traded him to Milwaukee. And there's a 2-out walk. You don't get many of those from Greinke.
Well, that's the 23rd walk of the season.
First pitch of the night, the ceremonial from one of our San Diego Police Department canines.
He's a good boy.
Well, we got the 2 starting nines and the canine to get things started.
Someone need to get that dog some water. Tongue was all over the place.
Here's Solarte. He struck out the first time. And look how he drops that right on the outside corner at the knees. A 1-1 tie here in the last of the third.
Well, this is going to be interesting to watch how Zach Greinke controls the running game. We know Will Myers has the speed and also has been very proficient stealing bases this year.
He bluffs going, and Solarte sends a high fly ball to right center, and Bourne there to tuck it away for the final out. We've completed 3 at Petco. It's tied at 1.
tied up at 1 here heading into the top of the 4th. Well, this Sunday evening, Padres outfielder Jon Jay will be hosting the 2nd annual Padres Base Bowl event, a local celebrity bowling tournament held at East Village Tavern and Bowl. Proceeds benefit the Boys and Girls Club of San Diego. Last year's event was hosted by Yonder Alonso, a fellow Miami Hurricane. Registration for this year is available at johnjaybaseball.com.
All right, thank you, Michelle. And that's one of the reasons Jon Jay received the Padre nomination for the Hard and Hustle Award, and will go to New York in November. And the National Hard and Hustle Major League Award, representing all of the teams, will be announced. And he'll be representing the Padres, and what a terrific selection.
Yeah, it is a great selection. Got to sit down with Jon Jay today before the game, and just love sitting down and talking with him because he's such a student of the game and wants to put so much time into it. And he really made a point of saying how great he loved the staff. He loved how Andy Green brought the preparation of the coaching staff. He's had a lot of fun here in San Diego. Unfortunately, with the injury, he was playing so well.
Yeah, you think about it, he had 24 doubles, and that's still tied with Will Myers for the most doubles on the team, and he's been on the DL for what, 2.5 months.
Yeah, and you know what sticks out to me too, Dick, to your point, he also is very into the game. He always is having communication, very unselfish approach to the game of baseball.
Tomas, a two-hopper to shortstop Noonan, across for the out. He doubled the first time, Tomas, and scored the D-backs run. Came around on the infield single by Chris Owings.
You see Eddie Rodriguez to the left, Jon Jay to the right, and having communication with this coaching staff.
Wellington Castillo lined a single to right his first time. Now in a 6-game hitting streak, the D-back catcher. That's a good looking curveball. Mitch Haniger to follow here in the top of the 4th.
Be interesting to see how they attack him after that first pitch curveball. See if they go back to it.
In the dirt. 1-1. Game 3 of the series tomorrow night. 5:40. First pitch, 5 o'clock. We'll be on the air here, Fox Sports San Diego. Clayton Richard returning to Petco Park to be on the hill as the starter against Robbie Ray. He's 6-11 for Arizona. That had him fooled. Didn't quite cut into the strike zone. Chip foul, that cutter. Well, the Dodgers tonight were upset by the Cincinnati Reds 9-2.
It's a back-to-back losses for the Dodgers.
Yeah. First place Dodgers, and the Giants are tied with the Mets 1-all in the 5th. Should the Giants win, they'll move back into first place. Line foul, watch out down there in the Souvenir corner. So with the loss to the Dodgers at the moment, the Giants are tied for first. And then the wild card, whichever did not or would not finish first, would be the top wild card with St. Louis second.
Now you see St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and Miami all dealing with injury issues.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That fall away swing from Castillo. 4 strikeouts now for Kozar.
This looked like a changeup in probably the first pitch, maybe first few changeups of the night. And a very effective one. He just doesn't even know what it was.
Castillo, what kind of swing was that? He even has to laugh himself.
Well, he's been locked in, so that's the reason why. But effective pitch by Jared Kozar.
Here's the left fielder, Mitch Haniger. His 4th major league game. Struck out swinging the first time. But 3 games with 6 hits and 5 RBIs for this young man. Breaking ball in there. Not quite on the outside corner.
Well, it's perfectly located cutter off the plate.
Two and two, another cutter. Yeah, Jared Cosart has given up 1 run and 3 hits. That was in the 2nd inning. He's looked very sharp tonight.
Yeah, it looks like he has locked in concentration as well.
He misses outside. A steady diet of those cutters. Chris Owings would be next.
He's already established a good feel of that breaking ball. Got out of the last inning with that breaking ball to Jake Lamb.
And he walked him. 65th pitch of the night from Cosart. And his first walk. Owings swinging bunt single that knocked in the run in the 2nd inning. The one very puzzling part of the Arizona season, well, it's been very disappointing. They had high expectations. They spent a lot of money in the offseason, but they've been unlucky with the injuries, but so have the Padres for that matter. But they just can't win at home, Arizona. It's just unfathomable. 21-40 at home.
And that's not going to get it done. You have to have a very good home record.
Way outside.
And the successful teams usually play 500 or better on the road, but you have that home dominance. And Chip Hale's group has not created that at all.
On the road, they're almost 500, 29-31, but the 19 games under 500 at home. One and 0 to Owings. And suddenly Cosart having trouble hitting that outside corner. He's walked Haniger and falls behind Owings. Hits the outside corner, just nibbles.
Our Fox Tracks by Southland Technology had that off the plate.
But Muchlinski has been generous to the pitcher, both sides. Two balls and a strike with 2 gone and Haniger at first. There it is. He's starting that pitch just inside the outside corner. And by the time the hitter swings at it, it's off the plate.
Well, that's his go-to pitch. On that glove side, you'll see that cutting action on the pitch. Down and away to right-handed hitters.
Pitcher Greinke would be next.
Got away with a mistake there. His 70th pitch of the game, and that was a mistake.
The fans say, wait a minute, I want that souvenir. The gentleman wisely staying out of the issue. Well, we go at it again, 2-2. And he misses, at least according to Machilinski, but that's a good pitch, well in the strike zone.
Really drove Derek Norris, the catcher, down and away. Did not receive that as well as the other ones.
So Myers will play behind the runner here, 3-2, 2 outs.
Let's see what he goes with. I think he's going to go cutter away. Wants it in.
And it's too far inside. So with 2 outs, back-to-back walks to Haniger and Owings, bringing up Zach Greinke. And Darren Bowlesley to the mound for the Padres.
That's a good refresher course for Jared Cozart. Also a nice little break. 72 pitches on the night. We're only in the 4th inning.
Well, the Cubs come in after Arizona Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and they started play today with a 13-game lead over St. Louis. They've won 18 of their last 21.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really gone through too much adversity this year, Dick, but also today, John Lackey and Hector Rondon, their 8th inning guy, go on the disabled list.
That's right.
With that big lead, they're afforded to get guys healthy. That's a dangerous club.
We're leading 2-1 at Colorado in the 4th inning tonight. Greinke, broken bat, shattered. Ground ball, Shimp, and an easy out, and the inning comes to an end. 2 D-backs are left. We're at the middle of the 4th.
Then use this cone as our benchmark, and we're going to set up. So for me, guys are a little bit taller, I'm going to say just outside of my shoulders with a little flex in my knees. I'm going to open up my right foot. My left foot is a little bit in front so that when I go to cross over, that I'm in a straight line towards second base. Also, I want to make sure that I'm at the back corner of the bag in case there is a pick, that I got less arm exposed for the tag.
Tarek Brock with some tips on base running, how to take a lead. Yeah, it's nice information. I know there's much more that he offered you today.
Yeah, there's so much information that he gave us, but also we're going to show more as the game goes along. The running game is so important, especially for the Padres and moving forward, and how they're going to win these one-run ball games with their team speed and with opportunities.
Dickerson way out in front, and boy, he drives that one high and deep into the upper deck down in the right field corner. It's hard to hit him up there, but Dickerson out in front with all of his power.
Now you think about Tarek Brock and what he is trying to implement with this. We've seen it in years past where they've been aggressive on the base pass. Now you're seeing the Padres really take advantage, and you're thinking about Travis Jankowski, who sets the tone for that.
And if you can't steal, and Greinke's so good in holding on runners, it's tough to steal, then you've got to be aggressive going first to third on a base hit.
And he said that too. It's commitment. We did a couple of instructionals today. We'll get things about that, but turns at first, but also being aggressive out of the batter's box, putting pressure on the outfielders with your singles, possible doubles.
That one sprayed foul. Well, we saw it already tonight. The Padres with one out in the second had Shimp at second base, and Bethancourt lined one over the second baseman's head, and Shimp had to hold his ground, be sure it wasn't caught, and still scored on the play. And aggressively, Hoffman sending him in, and that's how the Padres tied it up.
Well, I think as a commitment to the Padres and moving forward, they'd like to be smart base runners, informed.
Change up way outside and all the way to the screen.
Saw 67 miles an hour. That's a show pitch for Alex Dickerson. You wonder if he's going to follow that up with that high fastball that he got Solarte on earlier in the game. Looks like he's going down and away.
And he strikes him out again. Number 5 for Greinke.
Well, Travis Jankowski last night with a stolen base. See that cut of the grass. This is where Tarek Brock thinks it's so important for the stolen base. When he gets that break and on a straight line, now he starts gaining speed into second base. When it comes down to that, it's bang bang play, but Travis Jankowski is showing his speed, but also his stolen base exploits in learning how to be a better base stealer from Tarek Brock and the rest of the coaching staff.
And you could see on that particular replay that Jankowski was exactly halfway to second base by the time the ball got to the catcher's glove.
Yeah, and you think about what Tarek said that was interesting for Travis Jankowski to learn is get that good jump, and that is very imperative, but also that middle part, the 3-cone drill, and maximizing your speed there and getting into second base with a nice accurate slide that we saw last night.
Shimp doubled into the right field corner just a couple of feet fair and scored the Padre run on Bethancourt's single in the second inning. Hits that one high and deep to right center field. It's got a lot of carry to the wall and off the wall. Poorly played by Tomas, and Shimp will hold it second with a gift double. Tomas botched the play. He was there in time and just couldn't put leather on it. And Shimp has his second double of the game.
I tell you what, I thought he was gone. What a beautiful swing by Ryan Shimp. You see looked like a changeup for Zach Greinke, but then the right fielder Tomas, he takes a flash look, but he just absolutely whiffed this ball. The frustration.
Bourne came over to bail him out, otherwise Shimp would be standing at third.
Now watch the route. You can see him just not being aware as a visiting player. It's like he's gloving it easily, but at the wall looking very uncomfortable.
So a chance for the Padres to claim the lead. Here's Bethancourt. Singled in Shimp the last time. Chases one outside. Derek Norris moves into the on-deck circle. Didn't go. Change up, 1-1. Looks like some pretty good eating going on out there at the Western Metal Supply Company. Once again, Shimp with a base hit, and it's not a single. Amazing number of extra base hits for his total.
I thought he drilled that out of the ballpark. It had a good sound off the bat.
Inside, 2-1. Again, a purpose pitch. The peanuts, little brew.
That's a good look.
The only thing missing in that picture, you got to have a hot dog. That's the 3 musts.
How about a fish taco to the left of that?
You can have that. You can have the fish taco.
I'd be done with my peanuts. Moving on.
There goes the runner. The throw to third, and he's out. They're going to have to challenge that one. Shimp doesn't think so.
Now, first glance, I thought he got in there.
I did too. Mark McGuire on the phone. Back to the video room. Trying the surprise steal, and Shimp gets a good break.
It's a great look, and the ball beats him, but I think he's easily in there.
And the fans see the same replay that we are seeing here on Fox Sports San Diego. See, the tag is on the backside of the leg, and the third base umpire, Winters, the crew chief, is blocked from the call.
Yeah, the only thing I see right there is that foot is in the way of the slide. Watch Jake Lamb's left foot, and you're wondering if that slide of Shimp goes over that foot, blocking the base.
No, he gets it in there. There it is. You can see the bag compress as he hits the bag there.
I agree with you. The ball definitely beats you. With instant replay now, I think this is going to be overturned. I'd be shocked if it isn't.
It's an example again of the aggressive base running that the Padres are encouraging. 1 out, that's the time. If you're going to steal third, with 1 out is the perfect time. And if he is successful and the ball is overturned, the Padres have a chance to take the lead on an out.
Yeah, so many factors go into why you take opportunities and when you take opportunities. Scouting reports, what Zach Greinke's tendencies are, because you know he has a mixed bag of tricks. But you even saw Zach Greinke aware, even with the inside move that he showed Ryan Shimp.
Here's the call. Oh my goodness.
That surprises me.
Now, that makes you wonder. Now, the crew chief made the call, and of course back in New York, those are umpires who, when in doubt, they want to stay with the call on the field. But to me, that's about as blatant as any we've seen all year.
Well, we saw multiple looks, and I think the only case is that left foot of Jake Lamb, and wondering if it was applied.
But he didn't tag him until he got him on the back foot, and he was well in there by then.
I agree with you. Well, I think that's a missed call.
And 3-1 pitch to Bethancourt, ball 4. Second walk from Greinke. I'm stunned by that not being overturned. So Bethancourt aboard with 2 outs instead of first and third with 1 out. And Derek Norris, who hit the ball sharply the first time, a line drive to the left fielder.
Well, I thought it was a well-calculated risk for the San Diego Padres, especially with 1 out, taking opportunities against an ace.
Good block by Castillo.
Now, you talk about the factors of what you go into. Obviously the scouting report, but you look at the way Zach Greinke's throwing. He has the ability and command tonight. It's not like the Boston series where he saw mistakes. And the Padres are going to have to take those chances because you're going to have to score some runs, and you evaluate it like it's going to be a close game.
This is the Greinke that won 19 and lost only 3 with the Dodgers last year and led the majors in ERA. 1.66. Chop foul into the third base dugout. This has been one of those years for Derek Norris where when he does hit the ball hard, it seems to have a magnet in it and go right to somebody's glove, and thereby he's struggling at 188. Another foul out in front.
Let's seen too many high velocity fastballs. Again, only his third start after a disabled list stint. I think we've only seen a couple at 92, 93 miles an hour. Most of it's been right around 90, 89 on the fastball.
Strike 3 call, outside corner. And Greinke, blessed by a kind call over a third base, gets out of the inning at 1-0. Game summary. The Arizona Diamondbacks scored first after a double by Tomas. Infield hit Chris Owings, brought in Tomas, and then Christian Bethencourt dumped a single into right center field. Shimp, who had hesitated at second base, able to streak home and beat the relay. That was in the bottom of the second inning, and that's the story. Tied at 1 was Zach Greinke, true to form, striking out 6 through 4 innings and walking a couple. And it's a 1-1 tie going now to the top of the 5th inning, and Gene Segura to lead it off. And Clay is joining us down by the dugout. Are you?
Hey guys, how we doing?
We're doing great. This is a great ball game. What are you seeing from Jared Kozar tonight?
You know what I like to see right here is because you see how Greinke is starting to seem like old Greinke of last year. You see Kozar. I think when you pitch against some of these aces that are on other teams, kind of raises your level here. I like the fact that he's pounding the zone tonight, though.
Segura singled and grounded to short. Outside, ball 1. 1 run, 5 hits for Arizona. A run on 3 hits for the Padres. Did you have a chance to see the replay of the Shimp attempt to steal third?
I think I was walking down here where that happened because we were on the concourse.
All right. We're a bit surprised by the fact that it was not overturned. But that's all history now. Two and 1 to Segura.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying for that front door cutter. Segura's been really looking out over the plate.
First 3 in the order for Chip Hale here in the 5th. Segura, then Bourne, and Goldschmidt. He goes inside, 3 and 1. All low. Bourne 0 for 2 tonight, and then Goldschmidt, ever dangerous. And a full count.
His last at bat, he got him with the 3-2 curveball. See if he goes back to that or stays with that confident pitch with that cutter away.
You folks can call it at home. Well, ground ball sharply through the right side, and Segura has another hit, his 153rd of the season, leading the National League.
Well, the cutter tonight has been effective for Jared Cozart, especially on that glove side. And he's even shown it on that arm side as well to Jake Lamb, the left-hander. But some awkward swings from the Diamondbacks.
So Segura goes the opposite field on both singles, and here's Bourne. Good hit and run man. Breaking ball for a strike.
Clay's been dropping that curveball in nicely tonight to get that strike one. How important is that?
No, it's definitely a great pitch, especially at this level, to be able to throw an off-speed pitch for a strike first, especially when you got guys running on first. You have some speed at the plate as well. Gets him a chance to beat it in the ground, maybe turn that double play.
Padres have one double play tonight. A ball and a strike to Bourne.
You used to sit back on that, though, Sweeney.
Well, it's one of those things that I didn't look at curveballs too many times, but it's been an effective pitch for Jared Cozart tonight.
Out in front of the changeup. Well, tomorrow night, baseball night in San Diego. They'll be giving away. You'll have your choice of a San Diego lunch bag or a San Diego bottle holder. Nice items. Good for going back to school. That's a strike. And Bourne will take the long walk. 5 strikeouts now for Jared Cozart.
Well, that's the backdoor variety to the left-handed hitter. Arm side cutter and a late finish right on the outside part of the plate.
Goldschmidt singled the center the last time. Struck out his first at bat. Hitting over 300 on the season. 18 homers. Well played. Strike one.
I've been watching Gene Segura down there. He doesn't look like he wants to steal. As you said earlier, Dick, 24 stolen bases on the year, but a very passive lead.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's going to go to that walking lead, trying to time him up.
1-1.
With Paul Goldschmidt up at the plate, you wonder if he's just shutting it down.
Good overview of Goldschmidt's setup. Pretty squared away stance. Dave McKay, the coach at first base, whispering something to his runner. 1 out here in the 5th, a 1-1 tie. That's in there. Again, a generous strike call. 1-2.
Yeah, Paul Goldschmidt is having a conversation with home plate umpire Mike Muslinski. Easy for me to say. Sorry to Mike's mom, by the way.
Yeah, you can see that ball on Fox Tracks was inside. There's a legitimate beef. 1-2. Punch foul.
Let's go back to Paul Goldschmidt's first 2 at-bats, and the reason why that cutter on the outside part of the plate going down, and then 2 strikes, he gets the cutter elevated and making the adjustment. That's the reason why so many people love the approach of the Diamondback first baseman, making adjustments within the game.
That's a tough pitch. It was really up out of the strike zone, up above the letters. He just tomahawked it. 1-2. Inside. Breaking ball didn't quite carve its way into the strike zone. A heavy pitching load for Cosart. We're in the 5th inning, 1 out, and he's at 88. Token toss. Cosart acquired in the Andrew Kastner deal with Miami, along with Carter Camps, the relief pitcher, recovering from Tommy John surgery, and the young first baseman Josh Naylor, who's doing very well at Lake Elsinore. Left-handed hitting first baseman. Foul tip, strike 3. And a half a dozen punch-outs for Jared Cosart.
Well, he climbs the ladder. Paul Goldschmidt. See that cutter just elevated, and Derek Norris snags that foul tip for his 2nd strikeout on the night.
Brings up the cleanup hitter, Jake Lamb, who just missed a home run the last time. Skidded about 5 feet wide of the foul pole, deep down the right field line. Then he banged into a double play. Low ball 1. Cubs are now leading Colorado 3-1.
3 on the right side. You see Ryan Shimp way out there playing that deep right, that short right field.
Deep second, short right, huh?
Both of them. They both work, right?
At the knees, 1-1. Giants and Mets tied at 1 in the 7th. A win for Bruce Bochy's club, and they'll pass the Dodgers back in first place. Dodgers losing to Cincinnati.
We think they'll right the ship because Bruce Bochy will get the troops ready. They have been a disaster after the All-Star break.
1-1. Chop toward the mound. Good play by Cosart. He could have taken it to the bag himself. 1-3 on the putout. We're at the halfway mark in this one. 4.5 innings in the book. Presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Sequan Casino. Sign up for the new Padres Club Card today. By Jack in the Box, try his new Smoky Jack. Taste it before it's gone. And by Mercury Insurance, we're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today. Ryan Shimp scoring the only Padre run against Zach Greinke, a 1-1 tie. Bottom of the 5th inning, Nick Noonan, who flirted with a home run his first at bat all the way to the 400-foot mark straightaway center. Jared Cosart and then Travis Janowski to follow.
Well, you see the intensity on Nick Noonan's face, but I saw him earlier today, and what a night he had. Just experienced his first game in a Padre uniform, the first home game for him. Family in the seats, mom and dad.
Went to Francis Parker High School here in San Diego. Born and raised in Poway.
Almost had a permanent smile on his face. You see the liberal strike zone to both sides. I like the consistency. That's the reason why you want it. And you have to make adjustments with that. Some of the conversations you'll have going back to the dugout.
2-1 then to Noonan, and he lines one down the left field side, but that's back into Souvenir corner. And without spilling the drop, he has a Souvenir. Wearing the right kind of shirt.
Sweet Padre gear, too.
So 2-2 to Noonan. Ground ball sharply, but to the first baseman Goldschmidt, and a 3-1 putout. Here's our Arco top tier player profile. Arizona's Zach Greinke at Petco Park. 8 starts, 3-1, and an ERA minuscule 1.69. Opposing hitters batting 188.
And you see that whip, walks, hits per innings pitch, 0.88. Not too many opportunities. It's a reason why you have to maximize your opportunities that Zach Greinke will give you.
Cosart struck out his first time and takes a strike all the way.
You know, it's almost a mindset when you come to the ballpark. And I know the Padres looked at the last couple of starts for Zach Greinke. You know they're going to assume that they're going to be on their game when you come to the ballpark and you lock it in. Sometimes that's a benefit for a lot of the hitters. You don't want to get embarrassed. You lock into an aggressiveness. It really is a good thing to have.
Cosart, even though he's thrown 92 pitches, is going to go out for the 6th inning as he hits for himself. Pounds that foul.
Well, Clay, you've watched Zach Greinke in years past, and he is a bona fide ace. What do you think?
No, he's been an absolute stud his entire career. I think maybe part of a little piece of the big contract going in Arizona. And the fact of the matter is, Mark, it's tough. It is tough to pitch in Arizona. And not a lot of people really like to go over there and pitch. You see he's a lot more comfortable here at Petco. You can also tell by the numbers. But it's a tough place to pitch in Arizona, and I think that's probably making him a little erratic.
Number 7 as he gets Cosart for the 2nd time. 2 away, top of the order, Travis Janowski. Why is it such a hitter's ballpark, Chase Field? Is it the fact it's enclosed and I mean the dimensions are deep enough in the outfield?
Yeah, the dimensions are deep. It's just it's really dry, thin air. And the ball that just carries there, and especially when you're pitching there, you just can't ever get a grip. It's very similar to Colorado. Even pine tar, all that stuff. If you try to get something a little tacky on your hand, it never works there.
And Janowski lines a single to left field. Well, he's hit the ball on the line all 3 at bats. He lined to center, lined to third, and now he whistles one for a base hit to left.
Well, he's got that patented swing now, and he's starting to groove it, going that left field. And you take a look at this. This is what I love. Head down on the baseball right there. That is huge, and letting it travel, going the other way, and the comfortable swing, and it's that swing path that hitting coach Alan Zinter talked about. You can see this. The balance is so perfect. The head back down on the baseball and letting it travel, getting it deep in that stance.
Wouldn't Tony Gwynn be proud watching him hit?
Especially watching those back-to-back at-bats. A line out to Lamb on the last at-bat, and then continuing that approach to left field.
Fourth hit for the Padres off Greinke. A couple of doubles. Ryan Shimp accounting for both of those. Will Myers has struck out and walked.
Now this is what we were looking for too on the opportunities for Travis Jankowski. First time on base tonight, reading Zach Greinke and watching how the veteran right-hander attacks the base runner Jankowski.
And with that hit, he now has extended his home hitting streak to 9 games in a row. And with Greinke now, the pressure of having one to work from the stretch, and 2 to keep an eye on Jankowski and still make good pitches to Will Myers.
Well, sometimes as a base stealer, it's not your choice to go and steal a base. It's about getting a fastball for Will Myers. See that right foot open.
Ground ball toward the hole. Deep in the hole is Owings. He's got to go across the diamond and gets Myers by a stride. 5 complete. Padres 1, Diamondbacks 1.
That aggressive turn.
Yes.
Because at times as outfielders, they'll pick their heads up early, then you can advance to another base.
Yes, absolutely. If they know that you run hard, then they're going to play faster. And that's our goal, is to make the defense play at a speed that's uncomfortable. And when you do that, now they're rushing. And so now they'll make a mistake. They'll short hop a guy. They'll overthrow a guy. You'll see them moving fast. They'll bobble a ball. And now they can't stop you. Now the ball kicks off. I'm still carrying my speed. Now I walk in safe.
Good stuff from Tarek Brock, the first base coach. Yeah, put the pressure on the defense by being aggressive.
Well, what it is, it's a commitment to being aggressive, but also put in the minds of outfielders. That's very uncomfortable for an outfielder, knowing a team does that all the way throughout the lineup. And Tarek Brock taking that opportunity to implement that into all of his base runners.
6th inning, and Yasmani Tomas will lead it off for Arizona. Doubled and scored the only run back in the 2nd inning. He leads the team in home runs with 25. It's that high in the air and foul.
Well, we saw that last night, but also tonight. Ryan Shimp, who drills this to right field, but you see the commitment out of the box. Double, possible triple, and he shuts it down.
Then scored on a line drive where he had to hold to make sure that it cleared the infield for the Padre run in the 2nd inning. Out in front is Tomas.
Now you remember those years of the Anaheim Angels and how much pressure Mike Scioscia's team put on them, because that was their way of winning, and it was a committed effort throughout the whole organization. They did it for years. The Vince Coleman
St. Louis Cardinals.
St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
Whitey Herzog.
1-2 the count to Tomas. Line drive, one hopper. Oh, Shimp stays with it. Oh, that ball was going to eat him up, and he braced himself, able to make a good play. Hard hit. Time now for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia. And Jared Cosart pitching and driving in all the proper ways. 5 in the 3rd innings. He's allowed 6 hits and just 1 run, a couple of walks and 6 strikeouts. Pitch count now is closing in on 100 for the night. 96. Swing and a miss as Castillo going for the downs. Went to the downs.
Brandon Morrow gets loose in the Padre bullpen as that pitch count rises. We saw 2 awkward swings, a strikeout of his last at bat, and I think it was a little frustration swing. Looking for that curveball and missing it, going down to his knees.
1-1. Castillo to be followed by Mitch Haniger. And he's way out in front again of the off-speed pitch. Well, the last time he struck out, took about as ugly a swing as you can muster.
Yeah, and it was his first changeup of the night for Jared Cosart. Going back to the dugout and just wondering, what was that? No, I don't know what it was. Well, the hidden weapon was the changeup.
2-2 now, with 1 out, bases empty, and again a good play made by Shimp on that blistering 1 hopper off the bat of Tomas.
I think if you go to the other level, it's Jared Cosart throwing and incorporating a 3rd pitch, that changeup, a little bit more. Putting another thought into the hitters' minds.
And he checks swing, and he's out of there again. Number 7 for Cosart on his 101st pitch of the night.
He's got 2 weapons tonight. See the cutter, but also the success of the curveball. That's some depth to that curveball. Just drove it right into the strike zone.
Well, his last time out, Cosart went 6 against the Mets. Allowed only 1 run, 3 hits. He's gone 1 out from 6 tonight, allowing just 1 run. Seven strikeouts represents 1 shy of his career high, Cosart.
Well, just like we touch on so many times about the hitters and the adjustments they make. Darren Balsley on the fly, and especially working with these pitchers in between starts. There's Darren. Got to be pleased with Jared Cosart's effort tonight. Just like a hitting coach, so many times you'll unlock a certain mechanical issue that you're working on throughout the year, and then you see it in game and being able to adjust. That's a good sign when guys can do that.
Padres working with a 6-man rotation currently. Shot to 3rd and by the dive of Solarte. A 2-out base hit for Mitch Haniger. And a nice looking swing. 7th hit for the D-backs tonight. Against the Mets last Saturday in New York. And Cosart only 3 hits and 1 run. Didn't figure in the decision, but certainly pitched very well. Aided by, as I remember, 3 double plays.
Well, those were huge double plays. See Will Meyer, the 3-6-3 double play there. Jared Cosart starting to look very comfortable in that Padre uniform.
Owings, an infield swinging bunt hit that drove in the run back in the 2nd inning. Curveball, and he walked the last time. You would figure that this would be his last inning. Brandon Morrow the veteran right-hander, looking out at the bullpen since he's been recalled from El Paso. Ground ball left side. It's going to be a tough play. Noonan, he can't get it there in time, and Owings has another infield hit. Not unlike his first hit that drove in a run. He doesn't hit it hard enough for the shortstop to get there and make the throw, and Owings runs well enough to leg it out.
It looked like Nick Noonan took that extra step. Here's the swing of Chris Owings off the end of the bat. The slow ground ball, but the extra bobble and the extra step allow Chris Owings getting by.
And so with that base hit, manager Green goes to the mound, and that'll be it for Jared Cosart. It's still tied at 1.
At 1, and Padre fans, if you can't catch the games on TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app and take Fox Sports San Diego and Padres baseball wherever you go.
All right, Mike Sweeney, and we go to Brandon Morrow out of the bullpen. 2 outs, 2 on, and our pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford. Third appearance for Morrow. 2 1/3 innings, and he's allowed a walk, and let's see, has he even given up a base hit yet? No, he's not.
Good to see Brandon back in the big leagues. It's been a long time for rehab for him, and looks very comfortable getting back. The velocity is back.
Remember, at the start of last year, the first month, he was maybe the Padres' best pitcher. Of course, then Tyson Ross earned that honor, but came up with a bad shoulder and operation, fights his way back, and Greinke, first ball hunting, pops it up behind home plate, and that'll sail into the lower box seats. So Greinke, for the second time, has a chance to help himself. He was up with 2 outs after a 2-minute walk in the 4th inning and grounded a shattered bat ground ball to second. Here he is again with 2 outs and 2 men on.
Well, I'm glad that fastball sailed out of the strike zone, because Zach Greinke was timing it up.
Again, Greinke this year with 10 base hits and a solid .263 batting average. He is sacrificed unsuccessfully and grounded out. Safe on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning. Shot right at Shimp, a cutter, and the inning comes to an end. A couple of hard hit balls, and Ryan Shimp makes the play, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. fans all in common with our right-handed power hitters. Caminiti, Santiago, two of the Padre Hall of Famers. And Upton now swinging the bat for the Detroit Tigers.
I miss Cammy. I do, and it was a special time. And when they put him in the Hall of Fame, that last homestand, and I know his daughters were just thrilled. His wife Nancy. Special night for the Padres, and they put on a great show.
They did, and those daughters were terrific. Solarte, Dickerson, and Shimp against Greinke here in the home half of the 6th inning. Greinke has allowed just 4 hits. Solarte, right center field, Bourne with a long run and makes the catch. The veteran can still go get the ball. That took a double away from Solarte.
Now Michael Bourne goes a long way for this and outstretched all the way, and you can see very athletic play by the veteran center fielder.
Well, that falls, and the Padres lead off the inning with a double. Alex Dickerson up twice, has struck out both at bats. Fouls it back. Shift on for Dickerson. Oh, and 2.
Well, Zach Greinke has been pounding Alex Dickerson with that fastball in. Also finishing him off with that changeup away.
1-1 tie. Outside, 1-2. Michael Bourne last night running down a potential hit, and this one right at the wall. Denies Nick Noonan. And Dickerson goes down again. 3 times up, 3 times striking out. Dickerson. 8 punch outs for Greinke. He must salivate when he sees a rookie.
Well, the reason why, it's a different approach, and you have to lock it in. And he has pitched Alex Dickerson particularly well tonight.
Brian Shimp, on the other hand, up twice, has doubled twice, although the last double was a misplayed ball against the wall by right fielder Tomas. Pops him up high in the air on the left side. Lamb waiting for it to come down. And a quick 1-2-3 inning. The 6th for the Padres, a 1-1 tie. Sports game break. Let's go. Washington at Atlanta. Freeman flirting for extra bases. Watch this catch by Ben Revere. Put a cape on that center fielder. Over the top of the wall, denying Freeman a home run. Now that's a sensational play.
I think he can dunk. There's not many of us that can jump like that, Dick.
He was flying up over the barrier. Top of the 7th. Brandon Morrow's game now. A 1-1 tie. Segura leading off another inning. And takes a strike. Led off the first with a single. Grounded out to make the final out in the second. Led off the 5th with the single. The National League leader in base hits with 153. Outside. Brad Hand getting loose. Last night's game featured something quite unusual for the Padre bullpen. 4 relief pitcher used, and they all gave up a run, and yet the Padres survived 9-8.
Well, Alex Dickerson with that bases clearing double.
2-1 to Segura. Years ago, 173 hits is most as a professional with the Brewers. He's going to go way beyond that if he stays healthy. He might hit the 200 mark this year. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
A good finish on that fastball by Morrow. 96 miles an hour. See this arm side run, the 2-seamer.
Like he's going to come back with something off speed. Curveball. In his career, Segura's best batting average in a season was .294. Currently hitting .317. Line drive, left center field. That's away from Dickerson. And another hit for Segura. He's a hitting machine. 3 for 4 tonight. Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. And MLB News and Notes, Rick Porcello. And the Red Sox win 10-2. Tyler Naquin. Walk-off inside the park home run for the Indians. That's a big win over the Blue Jays. As Toronto is in first place. Altuve, talk about a hitting machine, 3 for 6.
Well, he leads the major leagues. .365 average for the starting second baseman. 175 hits on the year. 20 home runs for the short statured second baseman.
He might be the National League MVP.
Well, he's put on a show. He's hitting third now. He's used to be the leadoff hitter. What a fun player to watch.
Michael Bourne showing bunt. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Meanwhile, Segura with his 5th hit in the 2 games of this series. He went 2 for 4 last night with a home run. Breaking ball for a strike. 1-1. Paul Goldschmidt next.
Well, you wonder if the Diamondbacks will take an opportunity here. You saw the bunt being shown by Bourne there, but possibility of maybe putting a hit and run on. Got speed on both parts.
It's a good bunt. Morrow will play it back to Morris. Oh, Myers just in time. A little bobble by Morrow, and with Bourne streaking up the line, he just did get his throw to Myers in time. Sacrifice successful, 1-3. That moves the tie-breaking run into second base in the form of Segura.
See the dominance of Jose Altuve, .363 average. He is lapping the field.
Goldschmidt with 1 out. They're not going to let him swing the bat. They're going to walk him intentionally And he leads the team in that regard, as you can imagine. 11th time they've refused to pitch to him this year. The attendance tonight, 26,080. And we expect a big house tomorrow night with the 2 nice giveaways from the Padre management. Wish we had a sample we could show you. You'll be pleasantly surprised. 2 on with 1 out to Jake Lamb, and with that, playing the percentages, Andy Green is going to go to the left-handed pitching Brad Hand to work with a left-handed batter, Jake Lamb. Fox Sports game break. The Indians tie it late in the 9th inning against the Rangers with a home run from Ramirez, 2-2. Now watch this. Naquin is going to flirt with a homer, not quite, off the wall, and caroms over into center field. No one's there. He rounds second to third, and all the way to inside the park, home run for Naquin. And the Indians, the first place Indians, beat the first place Blue Jays.
That's their 70th win, the Cleveland Indians, and Tyler Naquin has been a nice story, especially with Michael Brantley, who had to have surgery again on his shoulder.
Yeah, Toronto loses. Baltimore loses, but Boston wins. So Boston now only a half game out of first, and Baltimore a game and a half out behind Toronto. So Hand now pitching to Lamb. Time call. Lamb much better, much more success against right-handed pitching, and you can see Hand against left-handed batters, solid 140 average this year.
Well, Brad Hand worked an inning last night with allowing 2 hits, 1 earned run, 1 strikeout.
He goes around, strike 1. The American League standings with the Indians in the Central leading Tigers by 7 and Kansas City 9.5. Wild card in the American League, Boston and Baltimore would be playing if it ended today, but Seattle right there, so is Detroit and New York.
Well, with that tough AL East, it's going to give opportunities to Seattle, Detroit, and New York still. I think they might be out of it, but what a story that would be.
There goes the runners. The pitch, the throw to third is into left field. Getting up is Segura. He races to the plate. He scores. Safe at third is Goldschmidt. And ill-advised throw by Derek Norris from his knees. He tried to hurry. There was probably no chance to get the runners. They had a huge break.
Well, again, it was a breaking ball away and on his knees and launching it into left field. This is a better look at it. You can see going to that left knee, and the release point is affected because of that. In comes the add-on run for the Diamondbacks.
So a double steal and then the error, Norris. And with one out and Goldschmidt moving to third, infield has to draw in. 1-1 to Lamb. 2-1. Arizona takes the lead here in the 7th. Foul back. So Arizona, much like the Padres, they've been aggressive all season long. With a double steal successful on this occasion, they've now hit 97 on the year, so they're just 5 behind the Padres. So the element of surprise, you bring in the bullpen, and he's so concentrated on the hitter. It's a great time to try to steal.
Well, the aggressiveness and taking opportunities, especially with a close game. They must have had something on Brad Hand, because with the lefty-lefty matchup, it's that open window to throw down there to third base.
And instinctively, Norris has got to try to throw it, but you could see on the replay the runner was there before the ball arrived, even though it was errant into the left field. So 2-1 score, and Goldschmidt 90 feet away. Pop up left side, and Noonan backs. That thing was mile high, 2 away, so all the more critical the throwing error, as the D-backs couldn't add a run on with the out. And here's Tomas. Quackenbush getting loose in the bullpen. We'll see if Green matches right-hander against right-hander. Quackenbush yet to make an appearance since he was called up from El Paso, and is working in his 3rd consecutive game.
Well, we've seen Tomas, especially this series, go the other way. But with his power, he's been able to pull the ball much more successfully.
Way outside and blocked by Norris. Goldsmith was dancing down the line, hoping that ball would trickle farther away. So the Diamondbacks have scored 1 run on a swinging bunt single and another on a double steal and throwing error. 2-1. There it is, trying to go the other way. 1-1. Tomorrow night, then Sunday afternoon against these D-backs, and then the Cubs come here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Chance to see the winningest team in baseball. One and 2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Tomas. 25-year-old Cuban, highly paid, highly regarded, but last year would have to rate as a disappointment. He hit .273 with only 9 home runs. And he's come alive, especially of late this year. 25 homers, 8 in the last 11 games.
Well, he simplified his approach, but you could still expose him out of the strike zone.
Inside, full count. Wellington Castillo, right-handed hitting catcher, would be next. Giants have opened a 6-1 lead over the Mets. Full count to Tomas. And taken low, ball 4. So with 2 outs, runners at first and third for Castillo. A reminder that our game is presented in Brilliant HD by Sony. Right through the screen into the batter's box. You got a front row seat. Working out the defensive strategy should Tomas break from first base. Goldschmidt is a very good runner at third. For a big guy, he can motor. Can't quite say that about Tomas. But again, the element of surprise, you have to factor that in.
Well, for Brad Hand, he's got to be very careful of Castillo. Aggressive swinger early in the count.
Struck out the last 2 times after a base hit his first. Breaking ball in there. Series began with these teams tied for 4th place in the West. Padres got the nod last night. Boy, Moore's having trouble catching Hand cleanly here in the inning. A couple of balls getting away, but no damage done.
Well, the command has wavered a little bit for Brad Hand. I don't know if it's been on purpose. But the location has not been spot on.
Well, he pitched an inning Wednesday, another inning last night, and here he is 3 straight nights, and that usually is a test of the relief pitcher. Two and one. Goldschmidt at third. Tomas at first. Rolled foul. So Hand even with Castillo at 2 and 2.
I don't think he wants to go 3 and 2, so I'd be surprised if this isn't a fastball away. He's got the velocity to pump it by him.
Runner goes from first, popped up off first. Myers might have a play. He does, and the inning comes to an end. But an unearned run for the visitors. Arizona leads it 2-1.
for a week now. And I think just the way they interact with each other and they support each other, I think that's the best part of it.
We're not just friends, we're brothers.
I really never worry about home runs. My thing is to put together good at-bats, and I want to hit, be a person that hit 300 in the big leagues. If I focus on hitting 300, the rest of my numbers
will come.
Are going to play out.
Well, that's a look at a brand new episode of Padres POV, which airs tonight right after Padres Live, the post-game show. There you saw I went paddle boarding. I took Jabari Blash back to his island roots. He's from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands. You guys should definitely check it out.
And we will check it out, as do we look at the speed of Bethancourt, a swinging bunt single to open this 7th inning. Well, the Diamondbacks have benefited from a couple of those off the bat of Chris Owings, and Bethancourt has his second hit tonight.
Yeah, turnabout is fair play. You can see the leg kick and topping this baseball. Tough play for Lamb. Does all he can, and you can see him coming in. The accurate throw, but Bethancourt's speed down the baseline. Tarek Brock, the first base coach, loves this effort. Smells the hit and easily beats that throw.
Derek Norris is lined to left and struck out. Huge hole on that right side with Goldschmidt holding Bethancourt, and the second baseman Segura shaded over near the bag.
I'd really like to see Derek Norris take an opportunity, to your point, Dick, just going right through here. We've seen it in years past, but he has been on the pull mode, in my opinion.
Did hit it hard, but on a line to the left fielder his first time. Took a third strike the last. And he pulls this fair past third, down into the carom. Here comes Bethancourt around second to third, and Norris has to hold at first. And the Padres have runners at the corners. Tough luck for Norris. If that ball stays a little more fair, it'll go all the way into the corner for a double, but it hit the angle of the barrier down in Souvenir Corner, and it caromed out into shallow left field.
You see the slider, and it's elevated. This is when you have to attack Greinke with those mistakes, and Derek Norris does just that. Smash past Lamb and inside that bag. And you can see Bethancourt easily cruising into third base, first and third for the Padres.
No one
action.
Yeah, no one out, and the Padres with a chance to tie this game. It's 2-1, or perhaps go on and grab a lead as Nick Nolan steps up. Could use that fly ball that almost went out of here in the second inning, all the way to the dead center field fence and caught by Bourne top of the wall to deny him. See if the Padres have something in the works. Could be a safety squeeze situation as well. Outside, ball one. Alexei Ramirez on deck. Pitcher spot due next. Noonan looking for his first RBI as a Padre. Here's a great opportunity. Low. 2-0.
Alexei Ramirez in the on-deck circles had 33 at-bats against Zach Greinke. Most of those have been in the American League, and 7 hits.
Castillo out to have a chat with Greinke. First and third, no one out, and he's fallen behind 2-0 to Noonan. Hathaway, the lefty, Delgado, the right-hander in the D-backs bullpen. Outfield deep in all positions.
Last time out against the Red Sox for Zach Greinke, only 43 pitches. So he's got plenty in the tank.
Just 85 tonight. Infield back up the middle. They'll trade a double pay chance with for a run. High fly ball. That's going to be deep enough in left center. Bourne with a catch. Tagging is Bethancourt. The throws to second base, and the Padres tie it up at 2. Sac fly for Noonan, his first Padre RBI. High fives all around.
A professional bat for Nick Noonan. That's what you expect with the call up and the opportunity. What you're looking for is something you can drive to the outfield. The changeup that's elevated. Again, the secondary pitches for Zach Greinke elevated this inning. But Nick Noonan does a nice job getting that run in.
So tied again at 2. And Ramirez with 1 out, man at first. Alexei checks in at 241 with 5 home runs. Probably had as good a road trip as any Padre with a bat. Up the middle, right through the legs of Greinke, and a base hit. Here's the bold run. Oh, I thought Norris for sure was going to try to take third, but aggressive turn at second, and then he pulled up. So first and second, 3 hits in the inning for the Padres on Greinke.
Well, I'm pretty partial to the pinch hitters that are aggressive with the fastballs. And you see Norris just looking for that opportunity, and he chose on his own to shut it down.
And with that 3rd hit of the inning, Zach Greinke apparently is through for the night. Chip Hale, the skipper, is out on the mound. Could be just asking Greinke if he wants to continue on. Greinke isn't giving him the ball yet. It looks as if he's going to stay. Pat on the side, and the right-hander, hey, he's the ace. You're paying him all that money. Give him a chance to work out of his own trouble. Single by Bethancourt, infield hit. Norris ripped one past third for a long single. Sack fly Noonan. Ramirez shoots a single back through the box. First and second, and top of the order, Travis Janowski. Single and 2 lineouts.
Well, you'd like to ask Travis Janowski to drive that run in. We see Lamb offering that defense and respecting that bunting ability by Janowski.
Meanwhile, Goldschmidt playing deep behind the runner at first. If you were dragging a bunt, you'd have a better chance. Padres have tied it here in the 7th. And Greinke wants the catcher to come out. And could be with a man at second. They've changed the signs from the catcher. What do you think this is about?
Yeah, I think it's that, getting on the same page, especially with a runner on second base, but also maybe how you're going to attack Travis Janowski. He has been drilling balls to left field. I'd be surprised if it's not the slow breaking ball, possibly the fastball in to Travis.
9-game home hitting streak for Janowski. Norris at second, the tie-breaking run. Pinch hitter Ramirez at first. Changeup.
A perfectly located changeup, a good take by Travis Janowski.
Four hits last night for Janowski. A hit tonight and 2 line drive outs. Low again. Another changeup. So trying to trick the kid with changeups low, hoping he'll go after a ball they might turn into a double play. But now it's Greinke in the hole, 2-0.
And Greinke has slowed his pace down in between pitches. You wonder if he's grinding or he's doing that on purpose. You saw the differential right there. 93 on the fastball.
Well, that's a double play chance. One there, back to first base. A double play. Well, Greinke able to pitch out of it. The Padres settle for a run on 3 hits, and it's all even at 2.
late inning hero like Alex Dickerson yesterday.
Oh, he did a great job last night, and I think this is what the Padres are doing last night and tonight as well. They're having some timely hitting, and against the Arizona A's, hey, 7 hits, not too bad.
Hey, without Brad Ziegler, the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen is not very strong. When Clay and I see on Padres Live, the post-game show, which will be brought to you tonight by Cox Communications, we're going to break down what is now a 2-2 tie in the top of the 8th, and we anticipate and hope anyway, a Padre win. We'll also hear from Andy Green, his thoughts on his starter, Jared Cozart, and Clay will break down Jared's performance and anybody else comes out of the bullpen. Plus, we'll take you around the league, show you some highlights. Nick and Mark?
Right. Thank you, Mike. Bottom third of the order here in the top of the 8th inning for Arizona against Ryan Buchter, his 58th appearance.
Ryan Buchter pitched last night's game. He let in an earned run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, an inning of work.
Gifted with the win in the game. Padres coming back on that Dickerson bases loaded double. So Buchter now 3-0. Young Mitch Haniger been on base twice with a walk and a single. And takes ball 1. Haniger, Owings, and we'll see whether or not Greinke stays in the game. He's scheduled to hit third. Ball 2. Haniger off to a impressive major league start. He's 7 for 15. Ball 3. Walked 1 and struck out 1 last night. Gave up a hit and a run. And there's a strike, 3-1. Owings on deck. Been on base all 3 times with a couple of infield hits and a walk. 3 balls and a strike to Haniger. Out of play.
I really think this is Ryan Buchter's specialty. The reason why he hides the baseball so well. Really hard, especially for the right-handed hitters, to pick up that release point.
Another foul. Right off the JC star sign in front of the Jerry Coleman Media Center. There we go. I almost hit it right on the star of that foul ball. Again, a 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. Fell behind 3-0. Worked the count to 3-2. He fouled off the pitch, and now the leadoff walk here in the 8th.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
So Owings with a couple of scratch hits, one to knock in the first run of the game in the 2nd inning, infield hit. Checking to see if Chip Hale wants him to bunt here. Greinke due next. Greinke is in the on-deck circle. They got him picked off. That's a big play. Haniger was going, and Hand just waited a little longer, and the kid got himself in no man's land. So he's been leaning the other way, or is he both there? And even though it wasn't a good throw, he didn't have a strong slide back to the bag, ran out of juice getting there. And Myers there to say, here's the ball, young man, go to the dugout.
Yeah, that's a young mistake, and Chip Hale is frustrated at that. Tie ball game. Nowhere to go.
2-0. Pretty good pitch.
I think the Arizona Diamondbacks are wondering if that was a balk. A lot of chirping going on third base dugout.
So he fell behind 3-0 to Haniger, then threw 3 strikes, a couple of foul balls, and walked him, but picked him off. Now 3-0 to Owings.
Darren Balsley on the phone. Ryan Buchter back-to-back nights where that command hasn't been on point.
So 3-1. Walked him. So back-to-back walks. And Greinke's being called back. And that's going to be it for him. They're not going to let him bat here. Perhaps had Owings made out, Greinke would have stayed in the game. They're going to go to a pinch hitter.
Yeah, Ricky Weeks Jr.
Weeks won a game against the Padres in Arizona with a long home run.
2 nights ago, he had a spot start against the Mets where he had 2 home runs, 5 RBIs on the night. This will be his 45th pinch hit appearance. 7 hits on the season, 5 RBIs.
Brandon Maurer up early along with Kevin Quackenbush. Quackenbush has the rested arm. He's not been used since being called up. So where Maurer pitched again last night. And will stay. They talk over how they want to work to Weeks. He was hitting only 140. 143 from the right side. Excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong Weeks. Jamile Weeks. Flip it over to Ricky Weeks. He's 247 with 8 home runs. Ball 1. Walk the first 2 men, you're not going to get that call from the plate umpire.
That's exactly right.
Shimp is almost behind second base. Big hole on the right side. Line drive into the left field corner. Dickerson able to cut it off. That's a big play. And here goes Weeks to second, and he'll cruise in there. The throw came to third, cut off by the shortstop Noonan, and that allowed Weeks to haul his way into second base with a double. And all the more important the pickoff move, but now second and third with only 1 out. He hung a rope to left.
Well, with the command wavering, you see that fastball, and why not? Ricky Weeks Jr. loves that fastball in. Quick hands. See Alex Dickerson going to his right. I think that throw has to come into second base. He worked so hard to get that ball and cut it off. Try to keep that double play in order.
Yeah, those are the little things that as these rookies mature here at the big league level, they're going to have to master. We're in a path to the center circle is Andy Green. He's going to make another pitching change. And it appears to be Brandon Maurer, not Quackenbush. We'll be right back.
At 2 and follow Padres baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game, video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
So Brandon Maurer enters with a tough jam, first and third, 1 out as Brad Hand gives up a couple of walks and a double. Fortunately, did pick off the leadoff man Haniger.
Well, infield in.
Second and third. And Segura 3 hits in the game, so they've got their best hitter up there with a tie-breaking run 90 feet away. Greinke's night through, 7 innings, allowed 2 runs, 7 hits. He walked 2 and struck out 8. Segura is singled twice to right and to left another, and here's his 4th hit of the night. He's amazing. 1 run scores, and here comes the 2nd run, and he will score. Both Owings and Weeks hit the plate, and Mr. Gene Segura has his 6th hit in 2 games and a 4-hit effort. Knocks in a pair, and the tie's broken again.
Well, it's that low pitch and good location for Brandon Maurer. Just a better swing, and you credit Gene Segura for just absolutely having a perfect approach in RBI situation. Zach Greinke loves that.
Yeah, he's the pitcher of record. 4 for 5 tonight for Segura, 2 for 4 last night. Building on his .315 average.
You go back to the pinch hitter Ricky Weeks. With that ringing double has set that RBI situation up for Gene Segura.
The wildness of Hand, of course, putting 2 men on base. He did pick off 1. Bourne fouls it back. He's 0 for 3 with a sacrifice. Well, it's been a scramble all night for the Padres. The run for Arizona in the 2nd, the Padres tied it. And in the 7th, they go ahead 2-1. The D-backs, Padres tie it. And now with a 2-2, a 2-run single for Segura. Still only 1 out. Foul tip off the mask of Norris and back to the screen. Both those runs charged to Ryan Buchter.
You see Dave McKay, the first base coach for the Diamondbacks. This is a perfect situation with that 2-run lead to be aggressive with Segura.
10 hits now for the Diamondbacks, 4 by the man at first, Segura. Defensive swing from Bourne, stays alive. Well, Clayton Richard, who gave the Padres a chance to win his first start, returning to the team that he pitched for 3 years. He'll be on the mound here at Petco Park tomorrow, 5:40 game time, 5 o'clock here on Fox Sports San Diego. Bourne lines at the left. Dickerson playing near the line, makes the catch. 2 away, and time now for the Bill Howe plays of the game. Michael Bourne takes extra bases, maybe even a home run away from Nick Noonan with that catch, and then races into the gap in right center to make another skidding play. The veteran center fielder helping out, not with the bat tonight, but with the glove. Bill Howe plays of the game.
Those are game-changing plays, and I know Zach Greinke loves that effort behind him.
Goldschmidt has struck out twice, singled and walked. Foul at the plate. Oh, Segura 6 for 9 in the series. Not bad. Leadoff man with 49 runs batted in.
Well, he has a certain calmness that you have to really like, especially from that leadoff position. And he's a weapon because of all those hits. You, as a leadoff guy, you're going to have some RBI situations, some tough ones. And that's a good weapon to have.
And he can steal a base. 24 to lead the Snakes this year. There he goes. From his knees, Norris, not close. Number 25. Perhaps you can help me to understand. Of late, Norris's throws have all been from his knees. Why not catch the ball, come up and throw with the full body?
Well, I think there's a couple factors. We saw Derek Norris be successful in spring training, and he worked on that, just the quick transfer and throw. But I think that base was stolen on Brandon Maurer, in my opinion.
Okay.
But I'd like to see him in the conventional way. I think a lot of people know that that's the quick route when you have the proper footwork. But if you don't have that time, I think Derek Norris has shown that he has the ability to do that.
Third stolen base of the night for the D-backs. Now 2-1 to Goldschmidt. Pulls it foul. 4-2, Arizona in front here in the top of the 8th inning. 4 runs, 11 hits for the D-backs. That man has 4 of them. Outside, and a full count to Goldschmidt. Jake Lamb on deck.
You know, Dick, cause for concern is the pace of what this game has had. Saw Jared Kozar at the beginning of the game, and also Zach Greinke.
And he walks Goldschmidt.
They controlled the pace of the game. And the relievers come in, they have slowed it down, especially from the Padres side.
That's the 3rd walk of the inning given up by Padre pitching. 2 from Ryan Buchter. And now Maurer, after giving up the RBI single, line out, Bourne to left, and now the walk to Goldschmidt. First and second. Jake Lamb. He and Bourne the only D-backs without a hit tonight. Struck out, double play, bounced out, and popped up. Well, one of the issues being discussed by the various representatives of major league teams and the commissioner is how to quicken up the pace of the game. And one of the thoughts is a pitcher's clock. That you have so much time in which to finally deliver the ball to the plate.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I think it's probably going to be implemented in some degree, but it is now in the minor leagues. So you're going to see some guys that are accustomed to that coming up from the minor leagues.
Like to see it in spring training. Ground ball by Lamb. Able to field it Myers. The throw to first for the out. And the inning comes to an end, but the Diamondbacks have grabbed the lead 4-2. Padres baseball brought to you by Jerome's Furniture, proud sponsor of the best seats in the house. By Petco, where the healthy pets go. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealers. Now Zach Greinke goes 7 innings. Gives up the 2 runs and 7 hits. It's his game to win now as Enrique Burgos comes in from the bullpen. Burgos gave up the bases loaded double last night that helped the Padres to win, as Dickerson able to take one to left center field.
Now big arm coming out of the Diamondbacks bullpen, upwards to 99 miles an hour on the fastball, averages 96. Command can be erratic, and you're going to see that a lot from minor league pitchers that come up.
27 in the 3rd innings, only 21 hits allowed, 27 strikeouts, so a strikeout per inning for this right-hander. Will Myers to open the bottom of the 8th inning. Padres now need 2 to tie. First pitch is at 87, breaking ball. High fly ball aimed toward the right field corner, and Tomas could have made a catch, slowed down. He saw the barrier coming, didn't get to the barrier. He might have caught it. So another break, as Tomas has misplayed a couple of balls tonight.
Yeah, it looked like he slowed down way too soon, and you'll see a lot of outfielders who'll go to a slide once they get close to that railing. Not comfortable in right field tonight.
Played a lot of third base. Now Myers gets another swing. 2 strikes the count. In the dirt. Burgess came up with Arizona last year. Worked in 30 games, won 2, lost 2. High ERA. 9th season in the D-backs organization for this right-hander from Panama City, Panama. He goes around, says plate umpire Muchlinski. Second time Myers has struck out tonight. It was an awkward attempt to stop that swing. But again, why wouldn't you ask the first base umpire?
Yeah, you got to ask. Obviously, it's the home plate umpire's discretion, but I believe why not? First base umpire Marty Foster.
I mean, he's got a better shot from the angle from the side to see. Solarte has struck out, flied out, and Bourne's diving catch in right center took a hit away from him. Let's check out a rooftop shot. It's brought to you by Pinnacle on the Park. Line drive, base hit, left center, and that's aimed up the alley. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Solarte, with his speed, will just check in at second base. Line drive double for Solarte. That'll bring the tying run to the plate here in the 8th inning. Padres' best hitter shows why.
Well, 19th double on the season. Last at bat, he got robbed by Bourne in that right center gap. So he says, you know what? I'm going to go to left side. It's a pure swing by Solarte. Brandon Maurer likes that effort.
Alex Dickerson pleased that Greinke is no longer on the mound. He was struck out all 3 times tonight. Sees a different arm now. One that he doubled off last night with the bases loaded.
And that double was off a fastball, middle in. Alex did a nice job fighting inside that and drilling it into that left center gap.
Fouled at the plate, a breaking ball. Time for the Cholula flamethrower. What do we have tonight?
Well, you always got to be careful because it's the visitors. So you're going to go 96 and it's hot sauce.
Not even a little taste of acknowledgement.
Not even in the gray uniforms, charcoal, matte gray, whatever you want to call it. It's hot sauce.
And Dickerson's had a tough night. Up 4 times, punched out 4 times. That's a great pick that I made tonight.
Well, it's going to be tough, and you're going to have nights like that.
That he was the star last night. His double won the game. Ryan Shimp has a pair of doubles and a pop-up. Shimp with 12 home runs. Bullpen busy for the D-backs. First double was just inside the right field foul line. The second double was at the right field wall, misplayed by Tomas. Starts him with a breaking ball in the dirt, and Shimp was going to swing at that one, hoping he got a fastball.
Well, that's what velocity will do. It'll quicken you up, and it'll expose you out of the strike zone, especially with those hard sliders.
Ten strikeouts now for Arizona pitching. Oh, 1-2.
We saw a pretty good night by Zach Greinke, and he had 8 strikeouts on the night. 5 away from 2,000 for a milestone for him personally.
In the dirt, good block by Castillo. 1-2.
Really speaks volumes to the career that Zach Greinke has had. One of those pitchers that can command every one of his pitches, and we saw it on hand tonight.
And with the D-backs coming up with a couple of runs here in the 8th inning, a chance to win his 12th game of the year. despite the fact he's missed over a month with that oblique injury. So 2 outs, Solarte still at second, and 1-2 to Shimp. And he hits that well to deep left center field. That's way back, and it is gone. Touch 'em all. Number 13's a lucky number for the Padres as Shimp hits his 13th of the season to the opposite field to tie it up with one swing.
Well, I continue to be impressed by the power of Ryan Shimp. That's a split finger with 2 strikes, and he goes down and gets this. But the impressive part is the power to the opposite field. Wow. And Burgos, back-to-back nights, gives up the big hit for the Padres.
Shimp with a 2 runs batted in now over the 30 mark, 31. Off his bat, 97 miles an hour. For his size, he can generate a lot of power. I mean, he's got big, strong forearms that you've seen.
And the power is real.
Burgos had allowed only 3 extra base hits over his last 18 innings and hadn't allowed a home run in his last 21 2/3. 85 batters faced, but Shimp ends that and ties it up with a 2-out, 2-run homer here in the 8th. Here's Bethancourt trying to win it with one swing.
Well, you got to love it. We talked about Zach Greinke, and you tip your cap to the appearance that he had, but a no decision goes his way, and you got to love that from the Padres' perspective.
Oh, 0-2. Brandon Maurer, who gave up the 2-run single to Segura, first to give Shimp a good hug.
Just been so impressed with the power to all fields for Ryan Shimp.
2 doubles and a home run tonight for Ryan Shimp. Shimp's slugging percentage, because he doesn't hit many singles coming in, was .535. Slugging, and he's got 2 doubles and a homer tonight. Ties it up here in the 8th. Ground ball sharply, but guarding the line is Lamb. Throw across in time. And that's it, but with 2 outs, Ryan Shimp muscles up on a pitch and drives it out of the park to the opposite field. A golf shot. Right in the middle of the green. 4 all. Time for our Carl's Jr. star of the game, Ryan Shimp. A pair of doubles and a home run with a man on here in the 8th inning. Just clears the barrier. 395 the measurement. And the Padres have tied it at 4. And Kevin Quackenbush makes his first appearance. This is his 3rd tour back to the big leagues, and it's his game to win or lose for the moment. Will Myers moves from first base to right field. Brett Wallace now will go in at first base as manager Green works on some double switches. We'll check just how they're going to hit. They're going to put Wallace in the 9th spot in the batting order. And he then will hit 9th in the bottom of the inning. But first, Quackenbush goes to work on Tomas Castillo and Haniger, 3 right-handed batters scheduled here in the top of the 9th.
Well, he's limited those right-handed hitters to a .220 average on the year. Kevin Quackenbush starts Tomas off with that hard breaking ball.
Pulled foul.
Now, Dick, you think about Ryan Shimp and what he's done. Obviously 13 home runs at the big league level. 15 of those were in El Paso. Obviously you don't combine them, but that's pretty impressive from the second base position.
Here's a kid that is just not giving up the dream, locked in the Toronto Blue Jays minor league closet, couldn't get out, and they just a good player but not good enough to be called up by the Jays. Padres made a great selection in signing him, and he has delivered. Tomas, well, broken bat. Myers with a flip to Quackenbush for the first out. Castillo, single, 2 strikeouts and a foul out. So Shimp, just a remarkable story in terms of his extra base hits, his slugging percentage. He now has 37 hits, 12 doubles, 2 triples, 13 home runs, 10 singles.
Well, it's compact swing. It's also home run power, extra base power, as you alluded to. But I think with experience and more playing time, that average is going to go up.
Quackenbush carves a breaking ball into the strike zone, 1-1.
And he's a worker. You're constantly seeing him here early, working with Eddie Rodriguez and Glenn Hoffman on his infield work.
Big swing and a miss, 1-2, 91 on the fastball.
But if you get that home run production at the second base position, that is a huge benefit.
Yeah, with 5 weeks to go in the season, you had the 2 home runs, El Paso and here. 28 homers. Breaking ball drops low, 2-2. Mitch Haniger on deck. Young man is 1 for 2 tonight, a couple of walks. So 1-run game last night. The Padres hanging on to a 9-8 victory. And we're tied at 4 tonight here. Top of the 9th. Up and in, full count. Waved that and missed, strike 3. The breaking ball gets Castillo. 2 away here in the 9th.
And he's got some bite on that curveball tonight. Different shapes, and different looks. Watch how it comes right in your living room.
Third time that Castillo has struck out tonight. It looks as if he's subject when it comes to the breaking ball. Haniger struck out the first time, but has been on base the last 3 at bats, 2 walks and a single. Takes it outside, ball 1. Bottom of the 9th, the Padres are going to have Norris, Noonan, and Brett Wallace scheduled. High fly ball right field. Myers camped under it. 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Quackenbush. Padres come up bottom of the 9th. Norris to lead it off. Taking the lead. The Padres have come back to knot the count at the 2nd inning, again in the 7th, and in the 8th inning on the 2-run homer from Ryan Shimp. Now in the bottom of the 9th, Derek Norris to start things against the new pitcher Randall Delgado. Delgado making his 57th appearance, all in relief.
Lefties have had more success against Randall Delgado. And be careful because he will quick pitch you at times. You're seeing a lot of that in the game of baseball now. Johnny Cueto, the starter for the San Francisco Giants, will do that.
Norris had a key single back in the 7th inning when the Padres tied it up on Nick Noonan's sac fly. Fouls it back. Well, it's been a San Diego Phoenix or San Diego Arizona battle, both in baseball and football here in our fine city tonight. It's a 4-4 tie at Petco. At Qualcomm, the Chargers beat the Arizona Cardinals tonight 19-3.
Heard the defensive backs were very impressive tonight for the Superchargers.
Norris takes a breaking ball for a strike. So if you're just joining us, the Arizona Diamondbacks scored first and the 2nd on a double by Tomas and eventually an infield hit by Chris Owings. Padres came right back to tie it. Bottom of the 2nd, a double Shimp and RBI single Bethancourt. 2 strikes on Norris. Fouls it away. 7th inning. Gene Segura led off with his 3rd hit. He'll eventually get his 4th. He's been the hitting star. He came around to score on a throwing error by catcher Derek Norris on a double steal. So it's 2-1 Arizona. Padres tied it. Infield hit Bethancourt. And eventually a sac fly by Nick Noonan to make it 2-2. Right back come the D-backs with 2 runs in the 8th inning, a couple of walks, a double, and a 2-run single by Segura, his 4th hit of the night, 4-2. And then Brian Shimp's 2-run homer, bottom of the 8th inning, and that's where we stand here. Knotted at 4, with Norris leading off the bottom of the 9th. Breaking ball is in there, strike 3. The 11th strikeout by Arizona pitching tonight. Well, tomorrow night we'll be right back with you, 5 o'clock on Fox Sports San Diego. The left-hander Robbie Ray for Arizona is 6-11. And veteran Clayton Richard will be on the mound for the Padres, looking for his first win upon return to a club where he enjoyed considerable success. Got one of the great pickoff moves in the game. Pitched well enough against the Mets. Noonan has fly deep to center. Bourne making a nice catch over the top of the wall. He's grounded out and a sac fly to center. Two and 0. That's in there. Change up.
Now Nick hit .321 in El Paso, 26 doubles, 4 home runs, 40 RBIs for the Chihuahuas.
Late swing on the fastball, 2-2. Delgado, the 3rd D-back pitcher. The Padres have used 6 tonight. Outside, full count. Jared Cosart got the start, went 5 2/3. He allowed 1 run, 8 hits. Greinke went 7 innings, the starter for the D-backs, 2 runs and 7 hits. Foul back. Nice catch. No, couldn't quite handle it. Brought the glove and everything.
You bring the glove, you got to have it, right?
Yeah, you got to catch those. No mercy.
Back-to-back fastballs to Nick Noonan. You wonder if he's going to go to that changeup here, even a 3-2 count.
Outside, ball 4. Winning run is on. 26,080 here at Petco tonight. And that's going to bring Chip Hale, the manager of the D-backs, to the mound. He's not made a motion for the bullpen yet. There it is. Call upon the left-hander. Brett Wallace is the hitter for the Padres. So he's going to go lefty against lefty with a score tied at 4. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning, and the new pitcher for Arizona is Steve Hathaway, called up from the minors. Hathaway has been in only 10 games, 8 innings, and hitters have been able to collect the batting average of .313 against him.
Well, you see the splits and the reverse splits. Lefties hit .368 off him. 2-pitch pitcher to the lefties, fastball and curveball. Erratic command. Seems like a thrower more than location when it comes to stuff.
Drafted 3 years ago by Arizona in the 14th round. He's a native of Cambridge, Massachusetts.
He's from Boston.
So the Padres, Brett Wallace, mighty do, doesn't have a home run as a pinch hitter this year after a very successful season a year ago. Breaking ball in there for a strike.
See the shift, 3 on the right side. Obviously, Paul Goldschmidt holding the runner on.
Segura, the second baseman, edge of the outfield grass, not way out into right field. That one's outside, 1-1. Hit .349 as a pinch hitter last year with 4 home runs. Two and 1 to Wallace.
Now first pitch curveball, but also the fastballs have been away. I think if you're Brett Wallace, you commit to that outside part of the plate and you react in.
Got a good pitch there, 2-2.
Yeah, good swing, just got underneath that fastball. Travis Janowski on deck.
1 for 4 tonight to extend his home hitting streak to 9 straight games. Patrick Corbin, regular starter, has fallen on tough times of late. Relegated to the bullpen. 2-2 to Wallace. Got him picked off. Goodness. Noonan picked off, and there goes the Padres' winning run. Now it's up to Wallace to do the job himself. Yeah, sometimes aggression works, sometimes it fails you, but you've got to try, and that's the attitude of this team, to be aggressive, and if you don't make it, then you've got to be better next time. Outside to Wallace, full count. If he gets on, then Janowski will get a chance. Outside and low, ball 4. All the more important that pickoff. And the winning runs on with 2 gone here in the bottom of the 9th. Janowski, line to center, line to third, line to single to left, and grounded into a double play.
Pitching coach Mike Butcher out to have a conversation with Steve Hathaway. How they're going to attack Travis Janowski. I think the important thing here is with Brett Wallace at first base, be careful of that breaking ball in the dirt.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to score Wallace even with 2 outs from first. He's not a speedy runner, and the outfield is playing at doubles defense depth. They're way back.
With Rosales on the bench, I think if he gets into scoring position somehow, might even make a switch there. The versatility of Rosales, that's a good weapon to have on the bench.
So Janowski with 2 outs in the 9th. Colorado has tied the Cubs. They're in extra innings in Denver, and the Giants have won tonight.
Free baseball.
In there. Caught the inside corner at 92. So the Giants have catapulted ahead of the Dodgers in the NL West. The Dodgers losing against Cincinnati tonight. The Giants now lead by a half game. Chopped. Pitcher bobbles for a moment and makes the play. Extra innings. San Diego is 5-4. Arizona 5-5. Starter Jared Cozart, good performance. 1 earned run in 8 innings and 8 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Zach Greinke, no surprise there. 2 runs allowed in his 7 innings of work and left the game tied because of this man, Gene Segura. 4 hits and a 2-run single back in the 8th inning to break the 2-2 tie. But the 4-2 lead didn't last long. Ryan Shimp against relief pitcher Enrique Burgess drives one over the left center field wall. Home run number 13 on the season. He also has a couple of doubles, and it's 4-all as we go to the top of the 10th inning. Chris Owings against Quackenbush. Owings has been on base all 4 times, 2 infield hits and 2 walks. Phil Gosselin is in the on-deck circle. Pitcher's spot is due next. Two strikes on Owings. He went around. Strike 3. Second punch out for Quackenbush.
What a combination of curveball and fastball elevated to finish him off. That 4-seam fastball at the top of the strike zone.
Gosselin on the season hitting .270. A couple of home runs. Backup infielder, former Atlanta Brave. On the corner. At the bottom of the 10th inning, the Padres have Myers, Solarte, and Dickerson scheduled. Outside. Don't forget, fans, you'll have your choice of the giveaway tomorrow night on Baseball Night in San Diego. SD logo on either a new lunch bag for your kids, line drive base hit, Gosselin, a pinch hit single, or a San Diego logo bottle holder. You'll have your choice. And it's a 5:40 start on Saturday night. We'll be on the air at 5 o'clock here on Padres Live, the pregame show on Fox Sports San Diego. So Gosselin has the 12th hit for the visitors tonight. And here's the man the Padres just can't seem to get out. He's 6 for 9 in the 2 games of this series, 4 for 5 tonight with 2-run single and a stolen base, 2 stolen bases. He now has 26 to tie Travis Janowski for the 3rd place in the National League. He just looks hitterish.
Sure does. That's what you do when you feel like you're hitterish. Make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, he does lean out over that inside corner.
I don't like pitches up at the plate, up at the head area, but you have to make hitters that look comfortable uncomfortable. Move their feet.
Over but low. 2-0 rather.
There's a certain calmness to hitters that are locked in. They're tracking the ball well. You see Michael Bourne on deck. They're staying in the strike zone, but they also have a quick bat. It's a deadly combination.
4 hits tonight. He's hiked his average up to 320 on the season. There's a strike, and Norris had a little trouble on the fake throw to first base.
Watch Derek Norris, because it was a fake break by Gosselin at first base, but again trying to go to his knees. And then the help of the home plate umpire.
Yeah, that did help. That ball might have been trickling back toward the backstop, and Gosselin had been on second base, but it hit umpire Mochlinski, and so he blocked it. 3-1 to Segura.
You just got to be aware and be reactionary if you're a catcher for Derek Norris and thinking this is a stolen base situation.
Popped him up. Shallow in center field. Noonan, a tough play, and can't make it. Back to home plate. A very difficult chance, and that drops in for the 5th hit of the night for Segura. The first time he didn't hit it hard, but in the right place. And with the outfield playing deep and doubles prevent, it was up to Noonan, and he had to go a long way into the outfield to try to catch it.
Well, the tough thing is when he turns the wrong way and then he's battling that pop-up. Very difficult play. And when things are going well for you as hitters, you know that's going to fall in, especially for Segura.
5-hit night for Gene Segura. He once had a 6-hit game with Milwaukee. That was 3 years ago. So Bourne up, 1st and 2nd, 1 out. 0 for 4. Strike 1.
Michael Bourne, tough to double up, but he's hitting the 6th double.
There they go. There they go, and they steal without a throw, a double steal. That's the second time they've been successful with a double steal. Total of 5 steals tonight against the Padres.
A big leg kick by Kevin Quackenbush.
Third steal of the night for Segura. Now the infield has to come in, second and third. And Bourne takes high, 1 and 2. This is where Quackenbush has to call up the strikeout pitch. Weak swing and a miss, strike 3. Bourne down on strikes, 2 away. And it's up to Paul Goldschmidt. First base is open. I'd be surprised if they're going to pitch to him. But they got another tough hitter behind him, Jake Lamb.
Shook off the fastball and went to the breaking ball in the dirt.
And they will walk Goldschmidt intentionally for the second time. They walked Goldschmidt in the 7th inning to get the Lamb, and he pumped up. So Andy Green loads him up. He'd rather pitch to the left-handed batting Lamb than the all-star Goldschmidt, even though it sends a left-handed bat against the right-handed pitcher. Lamb is struck out, hit into a double play, tapped out to the mound, popped to short, grounded to first, wearing the collar tonight. D-backs 4, Padres 4 here in the top of the 10th. Bases loaded and 2 away.
See if he tries to land that curveball early in the count.
Inside with a fastball. Lamb is 0 for 4 this year with the bases loaded. Gosselin, Segura, and Goldschmidt aboard. Went around. D-backs have left 12 men on base. They got the bases loaded again here in the 10th. One and 2.
He's been aggressive with the fastball. First pitch in. Elevated on the second pitch, and again get to 1-2 with the fastball.
Well, that was right there though for the left-handed hitting Lamb. Tried to get him to climb the ladder. 2 and 2. Yeah, this is the pitch. You don't want to go 3 and 2 with the bases loaded. Spoils it. It would have been ball 3. Lamb, a breakout season, hitting .269 with 24 homers, and he leads the club with 75 runs batted in. High again. 3 and 2. No place to put him. All 3 runners will be off with a pitch. Foul back. So each runner will return. They'll do it all over again now. Solarte moves over to the second base side. They had not been in a shift for Lamb, but they are now. Only Noonan on the left side. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Quackenbush strikes out the side, leaves the bases loaded. 15 men stranded by Arizona tonight. He got Owings and Bourne. And with 3 and 2 and the bases loaded, it strikes out Lamb.
Out of Jake Lamb and how Kevin Quackenbush attacks with the fastball in, make it uncomfortable. Pitching at the top of the strike zone. He continues to work that fastball. Tries to elevate so many times. And you see the different locations, trying to get that third strike and elevate it at all costs, and then down in the strike zone for the big punch out from Kevin Quackenbush.
Terrific strikeout pitch right at the knees.
You were wondering if he was going to bust out that breaking ball, and he went with the heat.
So it'll be Will Myers, John Solarte, and Alex Dickerson for the Padres in the last of the 10th. A frustrating night for Chip Hale and the D-backs, stranding 15 runners. And Patrick Corbin, a starter, relegated now to the bullpen, works the bottom of the 10th, and his first pitch to Myers is low, ball 1.
Fastball, slider, and changeup. Predominantly pitches outside to both hitters. 2 for 3 against Patrick Corbin for Will Myers.
One hopper to the shortstop, and Owings is there to throw out Myers. John Solarte, the hitter.
Well, it hasn't been fun for Patrick Corbin the last 3, and you wonder if he's relegated to the bullpen because of this. It's been a struggle. Dick, you wonder if they're limiting his innings as a starter, former Tommy John.
They expected a lot from this young man. He was 14-8 before having the Tommy John, missing all of 2014. Came up in the middle of the season last year and went 6-5. He and Shelby Miller were counted on as part of the rotation with Zach Greinke. Miller 2-9 sent to the minors, and Corbin has struggled here as a starter as well. 4-12 his record on the season. This is his second relief appearance. Outside, 3-0. Opposing hitters batting .300 against Corbin on the season. Dickerson will get another chance to atone for a 4-strikeout night. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Solarte. The winning run is on here in the bottom of the 10th with 1 out. Dickerson struck out swinging on all 4 occasions. But last night he was the hero, cleaning the bases with this double to left center that drove in 3. And eventually that was the winning blow in a 9-8 victory for San Diego. And he come through again. Breaking ball. Not a lot of speed there at first. Solarte carrying the winning run. Low in the dirt. Good block, Castillo.
Castillo's having a little bit of fun with Yanowski Solarte. 4-4 game. I think Yanowski Solarte has to look for that ball in the dirt. Patrick Corbin has shown that his command has wavered.
Runs, 13 hits for Arizona. The Padres 4 runs and 9 hits. 1 error, and the error cost the Padres a run, the throwing error by Derek Norris. In the dirt, another block, Castillo.
A steady diet of breaking balls to Alex Dickerson. He's gotten out of the strike zone tonight.
Two and 1 to Dickerson. 3-1, another ball in the dirt. Casual throw from behind the runner.
Well, that's strange. He's having fun in a 4-4 game. That's a strange time to have fun.
I wouldn't like to see one of the Padre catchers throw a toss to first base that casually in the 10th inning.
Yeah, you don't want your catcher to pick a ball in the dirt and going backwards throw to first base in a time like this.
Three and 1. Up the middle and a base hit to center. Solarte will stop at second, but the Padres have the winning run in scoring position here with 1 out in the 10th.
You got to credit Alex Dickerson, obviously on a tough night with Zach Greinke with the 4 strikeouts, but coming up big against a left-hander. Working the count to 3-1 and working the middle of the diamond. Sometimes you can simplify it left on left and can lock you back in.
And just as Gene Segura has been the hitting star for Arizona with 5 hits, here's the man of the hour for the Padres, Ryan Shimp. 3 hits, 2 doubles, and a 2-run homer. And Rosales will indeed pinch hit. Check that. He'll pinch hit for the pitcher, and the pitcher spot is next. With the double switches, pitcher's now in the 6th spot at the batting order. That ball is drilled to right field as he hit another. Touch 'em all. 2 homers, 2 doubles, and the Padres win. An amazing night for Ryan Shimp. And his 14th homer of the season, his 2nd of the night, wins it for San Diego 7-4. A 5 RBI night for Ryan Shimp. His 2-run home run in the 8th inning tied it at 4, and a 3-run shot here in the 10th. For a walk-off win for San Diego.
Dick,
my.
Dick, we saw the home runs in New York. We thought that was a career night. Tonight, Ryan Shimp, he betters that with a game winner. Watch Solarte's reaction.
He knew.
What an unbelievable moment for Ryan Shimp. And go celebrate. Turn up the volume. What an unbelievable night for Ryan Shimp.
And Michelle Margot is down by the dugout, and we'll get a chance to talk with Ryan Shimp and get his immediate reaction, emotions on the night of his career. Doubled the first time, doubled the second, popped up in the 6th inning, and then tied the game with a 2-run homer, and he's just won it with a 3-run shot, and he is with Michelle.
Not 1, but 2 home runs and a walk-off home run. What were you looking for in that, I bet?
Just trying to stay aggressive and, trying to get a fastball in my zone, and that's what I got, and, it feels good to get the win.
8th walk-off for this team this season, and every time the Diamondbacks scored, you guys were able to answer. What does that say about this team's determination?
We got a good team, good group of guys in the clubhouse, everybody pulling for each other, working hard together, and fighting together. So got a good group of guys.
Thank you so much. Good job tonight.
Thanks.
Dick, back to you.
All right, Michelle, thank you, and congratulations to Ryan Shimp with a brilliant Friday night effort. 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and the victory swing. It's a 7-4 win. Michael.
Dick, thanks very much. With Clay and I see you on the post-game show. We'll just recap all the highlights. We live some of those magical moments. Plus, you're going to hear from Andy Green. We'll see you in the post-game show in a few.